We go. I will call the Finance, Ways and Means Committee to order for February the 12th, 2026 for budget hearings. Madam Clerk, please open the board for roll call. Members, please sign in for roll call. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Chairman, you have 22 members present. You have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any personal orders or announcements? Hearing none and seeing none. We're going to jump right into the budget hearings. We do have 9 today, so we're going to begin with the State Board of Education. Without objection, we're going to go out of session. We're out of session. Members, also remember that all the documents are on the dashboard. Also, for our presenters, just want to remind you that we do control the microphones up here, so once you see the red lights come on, you are ready to proceed. And with that, thank you for being here.
Excellent. I think I'm on. Good morning. Sarah Morrison. I'm the Executive Director at the State Board of Education. We're always glad to be before this committee. Thank you for having us. I know you have a busy day ahead of you. Our budget is relatively straightforward, so we'll be hopefully pretty quick for you. We'll do quick introductions, and then I'll ask Nathan James to my right to walk through our numbers before I give you some programmatic updates about the State Board. Start with Rachel.
Good morning, Rachel Supay, General Counsel.
Bob Eby, Chair of the State Board and also representing the 3rd Congressional District.
I'm Nathan James. I'm on the State Board staff.
Michael Derline, Deputy Executive Director of Policy and Research with the State Board.
Wonderful, thank you. And with that, I'll turn to Mr. James, who serves as many roles on our board, but our financial officer among them, to walk through our relatively straightforward budget numbers.
I'll start out with the executive budget. Our above the line, that is payroll and benefits is $2,906,500 with an operational budget of $569,800. We have 17 folks that work at the State Board of Education. We received no cost increases this year. Our supplemental requests last year were for an supplemental operational increase of $130,000, which we were very grateful to Finance and Administration for including in the supplemental budget amendment last year. And then we did, at that point in time, put in an inflationary request for the standards review process of $121,016.20. For this year's budget, we did take a reduction of $34,300.
Thank you, Mr. James. Just a few programmatic updates for this committee. One that I wanted to start with is usually a topic of interest for legislators and stakeholders, but one of the key responsibilities for the State Board of Education, in addition to being the policy and rulemaking body for K-12, is educator license discipline. This is a charge we take very seriously as a former teacher, as a mother. Student safety is very important. And so looking under TCA 49-1302 and the charge that the State Board has to discipline licensed personnel for misconduct by either formal reprimand, suspension, or revocation of licensure and certificates. For that work, we have 4 attorneys and 3 paralegals. You can see some of the numbers here. Those staff members are responsible from everything of intake of reports from our districts to gathering additional information from districts, working with law enforcement, other agencies like DCS who might be involved, and often litigating those cases when requested. This team is overseen by Rachel Supay, our General Counsel. And you can see we continue to see a steady increase in the number of reports each year. If you notice, in 2020, we had a total of 407 licensure misconduct reports. In 2025, we had over 1,000 reports. So this work continues to see a steady increase, and as such, we've tried to make sure our processes are efficient and effective, but we do have a number of open cases, and this work continues at, efficient, but I would say relatively slow pace given the volume that we see there. I should say too, I'm happy to take questions as we go or certainly at the end, but feel free to stop me if you have questions as we go. Next, another of the State Board's charges is for standards review. This is speaking to the instructional standards of our state, which serve as the foundation for so much of the instructional and academic program for students in K-12. So we bring together, under a legislative requirement, committees of educators, both K-12 and higher ed, at least every 8 years to look at the 4 core academic subjects, so math, English language arts, science, and social studies to ensure that we have the right expectations for our students in the classroom. From that process, we then build out the instructional materials through the textbook commission's work, as well as the assessment program under TCAP. So the instructional standards really are the foundation for our expectations for academic success for our students, and therefore it's a very important process. It's been in place since 2015 when we as a state decided to walk away from Common Core and really ensure that we had a robust process for Tennessee academic standards. You can see there it involves 2 public comment periods. So we start by putting the standards up on a public website for review and comment. Then we bring together some of our most talented educators from across the state, K-12 and higher ed, to ensure that they can put their expertise to bear after receiving that first round of public comment. From there, the draft standards go back up on a website for additional public review. Following that public review, we have our Standards Recommendation Committee, which is legislatively and gubernatorially appointed. Those members come together as sort of the final stop before those standards are recommended to our state board members for approval. So again, it's deep collaborative work, it's important work. We enjoy the responsibility, but also take it very seriously, and wanted to mention that as well. Finally, just a few other things. I mentioned that we're the policy and rulemaking agency for K-12. We have in recent years convened a licensure review committee. We have several legislators who are part of that work. That's really important because, again, perennial issues in education, one of them is licensure. I'm sure you hear from your constituents all the time about the various issues that they may have with licensure pathways. And so we've convened this group to try to proactively and regularly have conversation about the issues and the challenges that we see in licensure so that we can make sure we have appropriate expectations for entry into the classroom that are ambitious but achievable. We don't want to prevent people from getting into the classroom who should be there and can do well, but we also want to make sure we have clarity and high expectations for the individuals who are coming into the classrooms across our state. Representative Slater is on that committee, I should mention. We will also later this year begin the TISA review committee's work as part of the TISA legislation. This will follow much in the same way as the BEP review committee of old, but that committee will be coming together, chaired by our board chair, Bob Eby, to review and make formula recommendations to the legislature each year. We take seriously our partnership with stakeholders in this work. We can't do this in a vacuum, so we try to make sure we're out in the field, working with educators, talking with educators. We support our board members and doing a lot of collaboration locally with their constituents, with their legislators, with their educators, to make sure that when our board members come together each quarter for a quarterly board meeting, that they are bringing with them, the voices of the people that they serve. And so that's work that is ongoing. Lastly, 2 things to mention. We will also later this spring, at the end of March, be holding, and we've talked with many of you about this already, the first round of accountability hearings for districts or charter operators who have schools that are graded an F for 2 years in a row. This is new work for the board. We are grateful to have an almost 3-year on-ramp to begin to educate ourselves about school improvement, the work that's already happening, much of which is through the Department of Education, but to think about this opportunity to have public conversations with our districts and our charter operators who do have schools that are graded F 2 years in a row to understand, to the extent that the TISA money has increased and is serving those schools, what are the other things that need to happen to ensure more success in these schools that are continuing to see Fs year over year. So that is very new work. I'm sure we'll be back in front of you with updates after this first round of hearings later in March, but wanted to mention that again. And again, we also oversee the Military Interstate Children's Compact. That's something Mr. James oversees for our staff. So wanted to mention that as well. That's also important work for the board. With that, I'll stop and happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Morrison. We do have a couple of folks on the list for some questioning, and we will begin with Chairman Baum. Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Hicks. And thank you all for being here. You mentioned your accountability hearings for schools that have low grades, maybe Ds and Fs or at least Fs. What kind of actions are you all able to take when those schools appear in front of you?
Thank you for the question. This was part of the TISA legislation when it passed several years ago. And the legislation allows us to, again, have these public conversations. We're looking at a lot of data. The districts are submitting a pre-hearing form that includes a lot of what they're trying to do to move the needle in these schools. In terms of after the hearings, we as a board will recommend to the department one of two things, either a corrective action plan, well, I should say three things. Corrective action plan, in future years, potentially an audit, or 3, no action. So there's not a direct consequence that will come other than a recommendation to the Department of Education for some potential additional action in the form of corrective action, audit, or potentially no action.
Okay, and is everyone participating in this who's supposed to be, all of the schools that are supposed to be there are there or will be there?
We certainly believe so. I mean, we've been in almost constant conversation. Allie Reed and our team leads this work, and there's been a lot of engagement over the last few years with districts, with other stakeholders. No one should be surprised about these hearings at this point.
Okay, and last question, I understand one of your other functions is the instructional standards review process every 8 years. But our funding for that has not changed over time. 8 years is a long period of time in between these. Prices have gone up over an 8-year period. Can you tell us a little bit about how this is working without any cost of living adjustments?
Yes, and okay, I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Durline, who oversees that work, but it's been almost 10 years that we haven't adjusted for inflation, and it is a lot of in-person convening that Mr. Durline can expound upon.
Thank you for that question. So yes, we've had to kind of analyze our budget and figure out how exactly will we do this under a more sort of constricted budget. One thing we would absolutely have to do is move online. Right now, we have 3 different stakeholder groups that are meeting for 1 week at a time throughout an 18-month period. And they meet in person. They're collaborative. They're splitting up into different groups based on grade band. We would have to move that entire operation online. And I don't think anyone wants to sit in front of a computer for 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. So we would probably have to spread that out over a couple weeks. Not ideal. In addition, we pay educators and individuals involved in this process a stipend for their work. We would have to reduce those stipends as well. So we are asking for one non-recurring amount of $65,000 to get us up to where we need to be for this upcoming math review, and then a recurring amount of $125,000, which would allow us to say that again? From 80,000 to 125,000, which will allow us to continue that process. We rely on some carry forward because we have heavy years and light years, and so that would sustain our ability to do that in person.
Okay, thank you for that information and good luck in March.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Hicks of Washington. Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. Thank you for being here, and thanks for all that the board does for students and education across Tennessee. We really appreciate it. The board reported 919 misconduct reports in 2024, and I think it's 298 active cases at the time of last year's hearing, with 3 attorneys managing 1/3 of those caseloads each. Can you provide a number of misconduct reports in 2025 and how attorneys handles a caseload of around 100 cases for each attorney? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, thank you for the question. This is work that continues to grow, as I mentioned, and in 2025, it was 1,116 cases. So up from 2024, we've seen it rise each of the last at least 5 years. And I'd like to turn to Ms. Supay, our general counsel, who oversees that work, to talk a little bit more about it for you, but we're happy to provide any additional detail. It is a high volume that our attorneys and paralegals manage. I think they do an amazing job with it, but it is certainly pretty high caseloads that they continue to carry.
I've got it all.
Okay, sorry about that. Rachel Supay, General Counsel. As Dr. Morrison was saying, our numbers have continued to rise year after year. 2025 was the highest number of cases we've ever received in 1 year. Our attorneys, as Dr. Morrison was saying, do a great job, balancing their caseload with their other responsibilities. Certainly, if we had, more attorneys to take cases, 2 things, I think. Number one, it would help us ensure that teachers who have been, alleged of wrongdoing, but cleared ultimately through an investigation, could return to the classroom sooner. We certainly do not want to hold up any educator from returning to the classroom if that's where they should be and they've been determined to be safe in the classroom. And number 2, it would also help us ensure that teachers who do not need to be in the classroom for safety reasons, we can move through those cases more efficiently. But as I said, our attorneys do a great job balancing their caseload, but due to the high volume, they can only move forward at such a fast pace, I suppose.
Thank y'all for answering that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Actually, Representative Baum asked some of what I wanted to get to, which was this thing about these public comment periods and how we could support that if we're talking about standard reviews, which are important, and allowing public to comment on it, the difficulty in having an online process. Does it extend the time in the comment period? And can you talk about just the difficulty with logistics of getting people online and getting through that process?
Yeah, and certainly we have not had to do that to date. So Mr. Derline has been doing some math and some work to imagine what that would be like. I kind of think it might be like jury duty online. It sounds pretty miserable to me. And I do think the educators, one of the things that they really appreciate, one of the reasons we're able to recruit them to do this work is the collaborative, professional learning that occurs when they're together thinking about the horizontal and the vertical alignment across standards. You can have groups of 3 through 5 educators talking about what English looks like, and then 6 through 8 similarly coming together. Mr. Derline, though, any more about the logistics that you want to share in terms of if we had to move that online, what it would look like?
Happy to. So a few things. One, the public comment period probably wouldn't change because fortunately we contract with Scantron for that, and they do some great work there to support us. However, the work that those educator advisory teams and the committees do would look very different. They would have to spend many more hours virtually having conversations about that feedback, figuring out how that feedback will influence changes to the standards. I'll also mention that this process must be open to the public. And so that presents some logistical challenges especially if you're considering having breakout rooms virtually, that adds some complexity. And I will also add that in our funding, just to be clear, we do have $50,000 we spend every year for that contract with Scantron. So.
And to walk through the kind of the history of this expenditure. Remember when the legislature put this process in place, it was 2015, 2016, and an amount equivalent now to well, it was 109,600 originally when it was every 6 years, and that was reduced down to 80,000 a year with a carry forward provision. But of course, 80,000 a year in 2015 is very different than what it is in 2026. So we had requested last year a supplemental increase in that, and we requested it this year, but it was not included in the executive budget. So literally the recurring increase would be $45,000. It would take us from 80,000 a year that we get to 125 to adjust it for inflation for the last decade, and a one-time amount of $65,000. So yeah, go ahead.
One other note to make that I just thought of. So a lot of these folks that are supporting this work are teachers. And when we pull teachers out of the classroom, that is, there is some concern for learning loss. There's more substitute teachers that would have to be employed in those roles. So that's, I think, another factor to take into consideration. These folks are also, as I mentioned earlier, paid a stipend. They will be working more hours for less dollars under our current budget.
All right. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. I just had a hodgepodge of questions jumping all over the place, but has your department at all been contacted by the company who's doing forensic audit at Shelby County Schools?
Thank you for the question. We have not been contacted by the company themselves. We have had conversations with comptroller's staff about it on the front end, but no, we have not been contacted by the contracted company.
Okay. The open caseloads that you currently have, do you strike those, or is it public record so you can see if there are areas or LEAs in particularly that are seeing a higher number of cases than others, so that maybe additional training or something might occur in those areas, or is it just a big pot full of cases?
There are certainly some trends that we notice. I'd defer to Ms. Supay in terms of any regional or other sort of distinctions. Sometimes when you see a new director come in, for example, sometimes we see a backlog because there was a law passed several years ago that requires a director of schools to timely report educator misconduct cases. And that's been helpful, just ensuring that this is top of mind for every director because their license is on the line if they don't report in a timely way. But we still have seen sometimes that gets lost in translation when a new director comes in. But Ms. Supay, do you want to elaborate any more on some of the trends that we see?
Sure thing. I would agree. Certainly, when there's a new director of schools, that can impact things. But likewise, when there's turnover in terms of the HR department, perhaps, oftentimes those are the folks that my team work directly with on receiving these reports. So if we have sometimes a new HR director, for example, coming in and maybe they're not as familiar with the licensure requirements in terms of reporting, that might be a situation where we eventually realize, we haven't heard from this district in some time. That seems a little unusual. Let us do some outreach and make sure they're aware of their requirements. In terms of geography, I think we tend to see a lot of the same types of cases, I should say, from every district. Certainly, the larger the district, the more reports we are going to receive. They usually tend to be pretty proportional to the number of educators that they employ. But we do try to do outreach to districts or charter schools if we haven't heard from them in some time, just to make sure they are aware of their reporting requirements. And we do always encourage them to err on the side of over-reporting. There's no harm in over-reporting, but there can be some potential consequences to under-reporting.
Okay. Moving to your study begins later this year regarding the TISA formulary and kind of doing a look back. I guess one of the of course, I think it's working well. When I talk to my school system, obviously they're elated. They have more money, which is nice. I did notice, though, with the Education Freedom Scholarships, that it did have an impact, or could have an impact on funding at public schools because of the floor that was generated for those funding. I guess my question is when you analyze what's going on with TISA, some, like in my district, over the last 10 years, we've seen about an 8.5% decrease in total student population. If those trends continue as the community ages and there are fewer kids to educate and we put a floor in, then unbeknownst to us, my district might get $8,100 a student because of a floor, whereas another school system may see exponential growth and they're getting the $7,400. And so I guess my question, are you going to analyze that to see if there should be some kind of valuation or reset, if you will, based upon the total enrollment of students across those LEAs?
Yeah, great questions. We have not begun to convene that new committee yet. That'll happen later this year. And Mr. James and Chair Eby will be kind of leading that group. But that is the kind of thing we'll look at. There's also other agencies that are involved in some of that more technical analysis that will be reporting to us as well. And so, collectively, I think we'll be able to look at just that kind of analysis. And my understanding is that's really what the committee is for, is to kind of understand as the formula ages, what are the things that happen and the things that we need to take into account as a state to ensure that we're still equitably serving all of our students. So yes, I think those are exactly the kind of things we'll be looking at collectively with other agencies.
Will you be able to do will the committee have the ability to make recommendations as it relates to weights and measures or specialty fundings over and above the base rate, the base funding of TISA?
The answer to that is yes. The process will be pretty well exactly like it was with the BEP review committee. And we noticed if we look from 2016 roughly forward, a lot of those requests that would come out on an annual basis would be incorporated into individual bills or things would be taken care of. And then a lot of that was actually put into the TISA Act itself. So when you've got the comptroller involved, you've got a number of different agencies. You have school districts of all varieties involved with this. And the law charges them with looking at the formula and making those recommendations. So they certainly weren't shy before, and I kind of don't think they will be this time either. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the work you do. And I'm just going to go back, I don't remember how many years ago it was, but Nathan James, I believe you invited me to come see that collaboration with those teachers. And so my comment about that is, I hate Zoom calls, but that I cannot imagine that happening like it does in person. And I know sometimes we might have to adjust and shift, but my goodness, the spark of energy, and they're right there with each other, and one thing sparks another. And on Zoom calls, when somebody talks over you, everybody shuts down. I mean, it just, anyway, I just wanted to give a perspective of seeing that in action, and just hope we can find a way to make sure they still get to do that in person. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Chairman Williams asked a question in reference to Shelby County, but I couldn't quite get the question and then your answer, but it went by so fast. Could either
Certainly.
you or
I
Chairman
may
Williams?
Yeah, well, I think, are you talking about the license discipline cases in particular, or?
No, whatever his
The audit?
question was in reference to Shelby County.
I'm thinking it might have been about the audit, that the contracted company that's performing the audit, whether we've
That's
been
correct.
contacted by them. And the answer is no. We have not been
Okay,
contacted.
okay. I got that. Thank you, thank you. What's the process when there's, I guess, conduct issues within a district, within a school? How does that process, do you get the complaint directly from the superintendent or the director of that school? Is that how that process works?
Yes, and I'll defer to Ms. Cepay, but it is reported through the district. But Rachel, if you can expand.
Sure thing. That's a great question. Directors of schools or directors of charter schools are required to report misconduct that would constitute a violation of our state board rules if proven to be true within 30 days of the event. So we are regularly, on a daily basis, receiving new reports from districts. On average, we received in 2025 93 reports per month of educator misconduct.
So what's the total number of teachers, instructors that are licensed, state of Tennessee? I'm just curious.
Well, teachers, it's 70,000 roughly. So it's still a very small percentage of educators who come before us. I mean, keeping that perspective, but it's important that we do this work well to ensure that in every classroom, we've got an instructor who's safe to be in front of kids. But yeah, it's a relatively small percentage still.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Just yesterday, I happened to check with the teacher. I've got a few teachers I stay in touch with, and she was telling me how the childhood behavior issues just seem to be getting worse and worse. She said she was threatened by a student. It seems like I'm constantly hearing these concerns from educators, and they're frustrated. They're dealing with a lot. It's like they're having to be a mom, be a dad, be a counselor, be a teacher. They've just got a lot on them. I couldn't imagine being a teacher today, but is there anything y'all are addressing? I see some surrounding states. I believe I think they're called crisis certified community behavioral health clinics in other states are doing this. Are you seeing any discussions around mental health and severe behavioral challenges?
The short answer is yes, absolutely. I think schools reflect what's happening in society, and we're seeing an increase in a lot of those behaviors across the board. And so that plays out in our schools. I'm a former teacher as well, and I can't imagine, it's gotten increasingly difficult to be a teacher because of all the factors that you've mentioned and the things that play out. I think when you hear from the Department of Education later today, they may have more information about some of the specifics that they're seeing in terms of some of the supports. That's not necessarily something that the board is involved with directly, but the counseling standards, thinking about just the class size requirements, what other kind of additional wraparound measures can we make sure are provided to our schools that need them, and really all of them need them. Is definitely top of mind for our board members and our staff. So it's certainly something as we think about the TISA formula and the things that need to be addressed through funding and resources and other community resources, we are always thinking about and trying to do more of.
Yes, ma'am. The other day I brought up, my county, Rutherford County, we're growing so fast we can't keep up. We're having to build a new $400 million jail, so we're not building schools. It's a severe issue, and then those schools are going to be overcrowded, which is going to lead to more behavioral problems, going to lead to more violence, more problems. But thank you for addressing that.
All right, we have no one else on the list. Thank you very much for you all being here today and for your presentation, for answering our questions. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Chairman. Thank you, committee.
All right, that brings us to the Public Charter School Commission. I'll ask them to please make their way to the front. All right, welcome, Director Stovall and members. Let me just remind everyone that the documentation is on the dashboard. And also I want to just remind our presenters that we do control the microphone. So once you see the red lights go on, you're ready to go. Thank you all for being here. You may begin.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, committee members. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Tess Stovall. I serve as the Executive Director of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. With me here to my right, I have Hayden Pendergrass, our Director of External Affairs, and Lawrence Walker, who's our Director of Finance and Operations. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Charter Commission's FY27 budget request. We have one cost increase included within our budget request this year. This cost increase is only to recognize additional pass-through funds related to TISA and other grants that are new schools in schools that are expanding. School year 26-27 will receive from the Tennessee Department of Education. Since TISA and other grants follow the student, anytime our schools increase enrollment, they will therefore increase the amount of pass-through dollars that we receive. We will have 2 new schools opening in 26-27, and 13 of our schools are adding new grades, which will approximately serve additional 2,000 students. Since the commission was founded, the General Assembly has made it clear that the commission should strive for self-sustainability on our authorizer fee. We collect 3% from state and local funds that we receive and that are passed through to our schools. We are continuing to work towards this goal. In FY25, the authorizer fee covered 97% of our agency expenses. We are currently projected to be on track to cover all of our agency expenses in FY26. However, we will not know final information until the end of the fiscal year and the count and all of the true-ups occur. As I noted, related to the increase in our budget request, the commission's school district since 2021 from the State Board of Education. We've grown every year. Looking at the current school year, we authorize 24 schools across the state, serving approximately 8,000 students. Looking into school year 26-27, that number will increase to at least 26 schools, serving approximately 10,000 students. It is important to note that the commission, as the charter school authorizer in Tennessee, also serves as the school district for any school that that we authorize. So what that means is that we are responsible for any of the traditional responsibilities a school district in Tennessee is responsible for. So that includes oversight and monitoring functions, the pass-through of state and federal funding, data management, test administration, implementation of state academic initiatives, oversight of special populations, as well as school safety initiatives. In this current budget year, so FY26, we were approved for 4 additional positions from the General Assembly to support our additional growth. We have hired or in the process of hired 3 of 4 of those positions, and we are feeling very well positioned to continue to support our growth in terms of staffing capacity. And I want to end my presentation today just touching base on where the commission is in terms of high quality charter school authorizing and the performance of our schools. So we understand that the General Assembly has charged us with being a strong authorizer and for holding our schools accountable to student outcomes. We are proud to report that in school year 24-25, 5 of our charter schools were named reward schools by the Tennessee Department of Education. And the commission was also recognized as an exemplary school district by the Tennessee Department of Education, meaning that we were in the top 10% of school districts in the state. We continue to hold a high bar for our charter schools. We understand it's a priority to hold our schools accountable for their results. Thank you again for the opportunity to present this morning, and I'm happy to take additional questions.
All right. Thank you, Director. And we do have a couple of folks on the list for some questioning, and I'm going to kick it off talking about the charter school facilities grant, $20 million that was appropriated for the current fiscal year that we're in. And that's kind of what I want to focus on. Can you talk about how much of that was distributed to the charter commission schools?
So that grant is actually administered by the Tennessee Department of Education. So I would have to look into how much of on a per pupil basis or per school basis, and get back to you about how many of our schools receive that funding, because that's administered directly by the department. That is one of the grants that does not pass through the commission. It is directly administered by the department. We
Okay,
can follow up with you.
Thank you. Just get that information to me and I'll send it out to the rest of the members. Also, how much need remains with the facilities?
Facilities remains one of the primary challenges when we think about opening and expanding new charter schools. Regularly, we hear from schools the need for additional funds to support charter school facilities, charter school renovations, and lease costs. It is something that we talk about with all of our schools in our portfolio, and it is the primary challenge to opening additional schools that we see is securing and financing facilities.
So is there a number as far as the current schools that you have?
I'd be happy to follow up with you when we follow up with, if we have a specific number. All I can say is when we ask, that is the number one request is additional funding for facilities.
Okay, I would just highly encourage, let's have a number. It's kind of hard to throw that out there saying we have a need, but if we could have that, that'd be great. Thank you all. All right, let's move on to Chair Lady Moody. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and your good work. And my questions are going to go with the public charter school letter grades. So since 2022-23 school year, you have assigned letter grades to all the public schools in Tennessee. This March, the State Board of Education will hold its first accountability hearings for LEAs and public charter school authorizers with schools that receive a D or F letter grade for the 2 most recent years. So, are any of the commission's charter schools included in the upcoming accountability hearings?
They are not.
Okay, thank you. Overall, how are the letter grade rankings of the commission's charter schools?
So overall, we show our schools, the majority of them are Bs, As, and Bs. We do have one school that came to us from the Achievement School District that is a priority school, has been named an F. We also have 2 schools that were a letter grades D. Otherwise, all other schools are Cs or above. We do incorporate the letter grade in our overall school performance framework, so that's something that we take into consideration when giving them their overall academic rating.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, and to your staff. Public Chapter 275 of 2025 allowed for charter school operators to have operated a school for a year to apply directly to the commission to replicate that school instead of to the local LEA. So my question to that is, have you received any applications to replicate?
Thank you for that question. We received one application that is from Libertas School of Memphis. They are currently operating an elementary and a middle school in Memphis, and so they have applied to replicate. From the commission, all other applications that were submitted to the local district.
Chairman Hale.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I have several charter schools in my district, and I've noticed over the years that sometimes, as this commission has evolved, that sometimes there are appeals that are overturned. And I want to ask this question. Do you all consider saturation in your evaluation? One, for instances when applications come directly to you and when they come based upon appeal. I know the desire is to give as many opportunities to as many well-meaning and well-organized and well thought out and applied organizations to the betterment of all children, so they all can have great education. But my concern is about saturation, because at some point I began to think if we keep on approving, particularly in large urban areas, at what point is, for lack of a better term, the market saturated and we still keep on approving beyond that? Or again, does saturation go into consideration at all?
Thank you for that question. So when a school comes to us either in a direct application, as we discussed in the previous question, or on appeal, the commission is using the standard state scoring rubric the application. While there's nothing specific about saturation in the application in the rubric, it does ask questions around community demands, enrollment projections, what are the kind of enrollment trends of neighboring schools, such that we can evaluate whether or not there is a community demand and need within that proposed community, such that the school can meet its enrollment projections. So while it's not specifically saturation, we are asking the applicant, where are you proposing to locate? How many schools are in that area? Choice schools, traditional public schools, what are the trends in those areas, both academic-wise, enrollment-wise? What's the community demand? How are you evidencing community demand, such that we have confidence that they could meet their enrollment targets, and that there's enough desire in that community to open the school successfully.
Representative Love.
Thank you. I don't know if it needs to be legislated or just considered, but if it's possible, and some markets are unique when it comes to other factors, and I would list Nashville as one of those unique markets from this perspective. There may be community demand there. There may be the enrollment possibility. There's another factor when it comes to available space and the cost of it. I have several in my district that I support, but the conversation is always around possible expansion, and they're limited. And my response oftentimes in conversation like this is, at some point, we may need to consider that the real estate market is saturated to the point that it's not feasible for that particular school to open because finding space is going to be difficult. The commercial rates are so high. And then that leads to another uneasy conversation about space utilization through the school system, and that causes tension, I believe. And so just to think about those things, about certain markets where it may be more difficult to locate. There's a church in my district that's thinking about starting one. I said, well, where are you going to put it? They said, well, we can use the fellowship hall downstairs. I said, well, you might not want to, might think about that, right? But there's excitement there. But around them, there is no availability to rent anything close to proximity. So just want to put that out there for thought.
Thank you. 100% agree with your statement that facility availability, facility costs is one of the number one things when I'm thinking about when we evaluate an application. We're looking at not only enrollment demand, we're looking at facility planning, availability costs, because what we are seeing based on opening schools and helping them work through facilities is exactly what you're saying. Availability of space, costs of space, availability of pre-opening facility revenue to support them in opening. You know, to the chairman's earlier question, absolutely, this is something that leads to difficult conversations of, I think you have a great plan, but our facility plan is not quite ready to go.
Representative Love. Thank you. Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think Representative Hale may have asked a question about applications, and I think you mentioned Libertas in Memphis.
Yes.
Which is in my district.
Yes.
What was the question and what was your
Sure.
answer on that?
So the question was regarding the change in statute from last year that now allows schools that operate within the commission to apply for replication directly to the commission. And so we have received one application for replication that is for Libertas School of Memphis to expand their current servicing and to create a high school. So we just received that application. We will be moving forward with our application review process. It will include a public hearing at Libertas, so we will make sure that you know when that is, and we would love for you to attend or give a comment.
Thank you for that. Again, this has been the only application request within all of the other charter schools in the state.
So that is the only application request that has come directly to the commission. There are the traditional pathway of being able to apply directly to local boards of education still stands. There were applications submitted to local boards of education. We would only know and kind of hear those upon appeal, but only we've received one.
Okay, thank you for that, because that exactly was going to be my second question about the pathway.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
All right, thank you. And I have no other folks on the list, so I want to thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your presentation and your questions.
Thank you.
We will move right along to the Department of Tourist Development. And I see the commissioner making his way to the front. Commissioner, welcome. And we will control the microphones up here. So I tried to catch it before you did it. But anyways, first of all, we'll begin with introductions, but we will control the microphone. So once you see your red light come on, you're ready to begin. And with that, it's good to see you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, Vice Chair Gillespie. We're really excited to be here today. My name is Mark Ezell. I'm honored to serve as the Commissioner of Tourism with our talented team. They'll probably introduce themselves in just a few minutes, but we're going to stay on our time for you. But because of your support and leadership, along with Governor Lee's leadership, we've made significant investments over the last 7 years in tourism, and the results have really been transformational. We'll talk about those in a minute. But thank you for your support of Tennessee tourism. We made progress last year replacing some of the expiring federal funds with Smart Tennessee dollars. So we'll do our request in just a moment. You'll see a total request of about $21 million. But I understand I've got 5 to 6 minutes, so I'm going to do about 15 minutes in 5 or 6 minutes. And hopefully you'll ask some questions about some areas that we'd love to tell you more. All right. We love that Tennessee has no state income tax, no state property tax. Thank you and congratulations for the way you make us have the third lowest tax burden in America. We think tourism helps significantly in maintaining that. And tourism matters more here than in most states, really because our margin on the visitor is so good. In fact, $1,000 being spent in states, in Virginia, that $1,000 spent is worth $58 state and local. It's worth $70 in Florida and North Carolina. But in Tennessee, that's worth $95 to state and local because of our sales tax structure. We call it real money because it's so big. Today, tourism generates $31 billion. That's kicking out from visitors $2 billion in sales tax, sales and use, and we're up 36% since 2018. That's double the national average, and it's worth about $600 or $700 million a year to state government because of visitors. We also now call it the best money. We call it best money because it's money that comes from people that don't live in Tennessee that we get to keep and hold and spend on people that do live in Tennessee. And so we're grateful for your support. The leisure and hospitality industry has 376,000 jobs. And here's a new fact, if you didn't know, the leisure and hospitality industry is the second leading contributor to the Tennessee State Education Fund. And that's what we want to, that's one of the main reasons we want to keep driving tourism. Last year generated $800 million. That's up a couple of $100 million from several years ago. And you've allowed us to have a spending of about $55 million each of the last several years, both state and federal. And because of you, and our partners and a talented team, we've become the second fastest growing state in America in visitor spending. So thank you. All right. When you got a great product that lets you talk about, you just need to tell more people. And that's what we're doing. We're reaching about 130 million people. That's our greatest ever. We talk about and market all 95 counties. We're excited to once again have our iconic Dolly Parton. You know, you go into a store and you see the new people edition, or you can go to our welcome centers and see how Dolly is representing us. She represents some of those pillars we get to talk about all the time: family fun, music, even culinary. And speaking of culinary, we just launched our new Sound Bites program. I hope you'll ask more about our culinary launch that we started this week, and that we are now a Michelin Guide state. And that has become a big deal. We don't have time unless you ask questions, so we'll keep moving. International is so important. We're going over $900 million now in international. We're so proud of our friends in Nashville, and we got to help bring those 2 flights to Iceland Air and to Aer Lingus. Those 2 flights are worth $100 million a year in economic impact just by themselves. But why it's so important is the nation is lagging in international. They're down 4% through November. Not in Tennessee. With your support and our partners, we're up 8% in international arrivals, being led by those couple of flights. But we spend a lot of time and energy in international because they spend 6 times what a domestic traveler does. And we would love to talk about it if you want to ask them more questions. Then we'll go to outreach. We built a lot of momentum in our outreach through Executive Order Number 1, branding, destination development, signature programs like our Bill Dance Signature Lakes that are taking advantage of the stunning outdoors that God has made here in Tennessee. Our goal is simple but really hard: teaching them how to have sustainable visitor-paid tax revenue streams in rural communities. We're trying to help them not increase property taxes on those rural communities. And it's been such a joy. I want you to just see, we had 17 counties that are up more than 50% since 2018 in visitor spending. What's fun is the top 12. Now, yes, Nashville and Sevier County are also over 50%. Fayette County's over 50%. But look at our 12. They're counties that you and the governor wanted us to work on in our rural communities. We're so proud of counties like Grundy and Jackson and DeKalb. And they show that if we get local folks working hard with good planning and the right financial support, that's been ARPA money, it works, and we're so grateful. I won't talk about, but I hope you ask about private investment. I got a great story from yesterday with the CEO of Hilton Worldwide who came to Nashville. But really and truthfully, our money is important, but the private investment and the airport infrastructure that has happened in 2025 is worth hearing about, but it's outside my 6 minutes. So our request is for $13.5 million marketing and a new $7.5 million for targeting grants. We've been getting $14 million in ARPA funds. So this is, we are saying we really want to continue that. It goes to all 95 counties, transformational projects in 400 projects. Nashville with international flights, Knoxville with flights in the Sun Sphere, Tri-Cities with sporting events, Collierville with research opportunities, Haywood County and Lawrence and a bunch of others hiring a tourism position. So we got a few small requests with our welcome centers and our Sports Hall of Fame. Josh, you can go back to that page as we wrap up here. We just know that strong marketing dollars are driving people to Tennessee in record amounts. Thank you for your support. We also know that targeted grants help communities build on that locally. And all we're doing is trying to grow revenue from people who don't live here so we can have it for them that do live here. So at the end of the day, last comment, our job is to win the battle of when a visitor chooses to go somewhere and make a memory and spend their money, that they choose Tennessee, because it brings in money that helps improve the quality of life of all 7 million Tennesseans. It's a real honor for our team. We look forward to answering questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Commissioner. I'm starting to figure out, number one, why you are Commissioner of Tourism, and second of all, that I want to hop on an airplane and go to Dollywood. So, all right, let's begin with the questioning, which we do have several folks on the list. Let's begin with Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your passion, obviously, and what you do. It's paying dividends to the state, so I really appreciate that. One of the things you didn't discuss, except for the security, was the $165 million non-recurring that we put in for welcome centers, that the governor put in the budget this year for welcome centers. I guess my first question is obviously what your department's doing is working. Were you consulted with? Is there a plan to spend those monies? Where would they be? If you could give me an update on those welcome centers, that would be great.
Yes, sir. I'll answer and then let P2, but it's our Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Rosenberg. It's a great question. And the answer is we've really been asking and wanting and working with TDOT first, and now it's in General Services budget is why we don't present it today. But that $165 million has been needed to be done. We have rest areas and welcome centers, several of which are more than 60 years old. And as the welcome centers especially are kind of our front porch and our first impression to somebody who might be driving through, and we want them to come back. So we're so glad it's now in the budget, and that $165 million would really get us started. TDOT's done a great job, and we've met with them many times over the years, but especially this last fall, and said, we got to get this project started. They're going to do some reductions of some rest areas that don't make sense. And then how do we rebuild the ones that do? Nickajack for us is a perfect example. That beautiful view over the lake in a building that's 60 years old and really shows its age are the kinds of things. So we are extremely supportive. We've worked with where we know of other states that have done some work, and we're partnering with both TDOT and now the new Commissioner of General Services.
Okay.
Anything you want to add?
Pete Rosenberg, Tennessee Department of Tourist Development. I was just going to echo that. We do have a meeting at the beginning next month with the Commissioner of General Services and Commissioner of TDOT to have a collaborative conversation on moving forward with these. But again, as Commissioner Ezell said, we're extremely excited about this being in the budget and the opportunities that lie ahead of us to kind of modernize and renovate our welcome centers.
Yeah, I'm just, as you travel to other states, I think it's really important for us to look at the different platforms they're doing. And, in South Carolina, they have retail centers there where they do partnerships with other people. It helps generate revenue for the state. But one of the other things that's really interesting is one of the requests is for recurring for security seems to be going up on a regular basis. The idea of building new welcome centers, do you expect that because we're building new welcome centers, they'll be more safe? The amount of security that we currently have at our welcome centers will be able to be depleted over time if we take that into consideration with the design?
Pete Rosenberg, Tennessee Department of Tourist Development. And one of the things that we are proud of, we're probably one of the few welcome centers that do have security 24/7, 365. It's probably something we can definitely look at when we get into the design phase of these. If we look at modernizing and renovating welcome centers and kind of looking at the way that we're incorporating technology into our welcome centers. So that is something that will be part of those conversations. Again, but obviously we want to make sure that we do have security, but there may be a more effective way to do it as we kind of look at, we have a center in I-81 Bristol where we've incorporated some technology and looking at people movement and things of that nature. So that is definitely part of the conversation. We'll look at how we can be most effective and definitely provide security at our 16 centers.
Had we considered ever at all making those security personnel state employees because the cost is getting so much higher? I'll give you an example. I go to the rest stop at the foot of the plateau there in Carthage, Gordonsville area, and I jump out there to go fly fishing. I won't say how often, but often. And the private security that we've hired to sit there is sitting under a tree beside the garbage containers, some 850 feet away from the front door. And that's not a really good investment of doing that. If we're going to go to the expense of having a security company there, they need to represent the best of Tennessee like you and your department do. And so my concern is over time, as we third party outsource security for these, if we don't have a need for it, because that's as much a negative to a welcome center, even though it's 60 years old as anything. And so I think it's really important that we look at that, particularly since the cost is becoming to the point where the third party may not actually be saving us any money.
Yes, and I think that's one of the, as we're excited about the 165, and I guess it's putting us in this unique situation to look at our centers and where we operate from a holistic view, that we can look at security, we can look at everything outside of just, promoting tourism components. So you see the exciting in both of our voices. So all those things will be encompassed when we have those conversations, from the way people movement to brochure placement to security, that all those items will be addressed as we move forward with this, this possible investment in these centers. So thank you for kind of confirming, the internal conversation we're having is looking at more than just the way people move in the interior parts of those centers.
And that contract is coming up another year from now. These are the cost of livings in it. And services went up significantly in the rebid. We ran the analysis. It still wasn't better to bring in-house, but it's something we'll revisit and kind of show you those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just a final quick question. Obviously, the aviation additions were huge. I know there's been a lot of discussion about a direct flight to Tokyo. Is that still in the works, or not considering it, or what are your thoughts?
Yes, sir. Great question. And, we had transformational success in all 6 airports last year. I mean, just some stunning things. One of them was named fastest growing hub in Chattanooga. Jackson doubled the size of their airplane. Memphis and Tri-Cities added Breeze Airway, new airlines for the first time. Southwest Airlines comes into Knoxville, but you get to, and that one was only being called on for 21 years by various people in Sevier County and Knoxville. But in Nashville, the exciting thing is they've had tremendous growth. They've just picked up the European pieces, and they're spending billions of dollars, and they are truly driving that international piece for us. On the Tokyo side, it's complicated because the runway extension that has to take place is a significant investment and involves several steps. Doug Crulin and his team, we in the governor's office meet with them regularly. It's on the agenda. It's a multi-year kind of program, and it's up hundreds of millions of dollars in their piece. All of their indications say it's their next step, but they would have to give the direct answer about it. We believe the front of the plane, which is the business side, has really got some great because of our Japanese-owned businesses, and then we're ready to come in the back of the plane, which is what Europe, we really drive that leisure side to the Germany and Iceland Air and obviously London. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, good to see you as always. Appreciate the work that you do. Actually, one of the departments that we get a phenomenal ROI on, so thank you. The proposed budget that is before us has $13.5 million non-recurring for marketing, an additional $7.5 million non-recurring for direct marketing organizations and regional tourism offices. Last year, there was $10 million in recurring funding that was appropriated for marketing. So how many staff oversee the marketing grants within the department?
Deborah, I'll let you cover that. And last year we had a 10 million non-recurring and a 10 million recurring and a 15 on non-recurring. This year that 15 is now at 13.5. And Deborah, answer if you'll.
Yes. Hi, Deborah Smith, Assistant Commissioner of Marketing. So marketing team consists of, we have 15 people in the central office that run the marketing program. You said specifically marketing grants. So I'm going to defer to Melanie and from our grants.
Hi, Melanie Beecham, Assistant Commissioner of Rural Tourism and Outreach, and we oversee the grants under Outreach. In terms of that, outreach staff, we have 13 on grants. We have 1 grant facilitator and then a number of our outreach team that work on the reviews of those grants.
And I would just add,
Specific- Well, go ahead, Commissioner.
on the marketing side, you have salespeople that are part of her team. We have an international sales person, a domestic salesperson. Then we have PR that has 3 people, and then a group that work in marketing along with our agency.
So what portion of the marketing grants then that we've appropriated go toward administrative salaries?
All of those 13 and a half are not part of our administrative cost. Commissioner Mahoney, would you like to none of that has to do with our payroll of our people. Those are all spent through our agency that we are working to reach those 130 million people. And then on the $7.5 million that we're proposing, that will go all out to the 95 counties, the 117 groups that have been getting that 14 million of ARPA money.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will say, it's nice to have a commissioner here that knows all the answers, answers all the questions, but still tries to get everybody that he brought to have at least something to say. So I've noticed that, Commissioner, but it's good that you know this stuff backwards and forwards. So thank you. On that note, and he phoned a friend, but he didn't let you speak yet. So the next one's probably yours. Does the department prioritize awards to rural localities? Whoever wants to take that one.
Melanie Beecham, Assistant Commissioner of Rural Tourism and Outreach. The answer is yes on our marketing grant and our tourism enhancement grant. There is a scoring that does give priority to those counties on those particular grants. And then on ARPA, it's based off of economic impact with the floor.
Yes.
Helpful?
We wanted to make sure that on that $7.5 million, that every county will get at least $25,000, some that wouldn't qualify. And then you've got, certainly some of you represent our larger cities that have projects that are high ROI for the state in growing sales tax when we invest in those.
And then if we track that to see specifically toward the rural areas that we've invested in, that 25,000 and then above on whatever grants, have we tracked to see, and have we had enough time to really see whether or not that money has been effective?
You go ahead.
Yeah, well, okay.
Whoever wants to.
We feel really excited. That's why we wanted to show those 12 counties that are up more than 50%. Remember, the national average over the last 6 years is 17.4%. And we had those 12 along with some bigger counties be up 50%. And what's exciting, Mr. Leader, is that we see a lot of these people are starting to collect through an occupancy tax. We had 12 counties in the last few years that have put in an occupancy tax. That is totally a visitor tax. It's not a resident tax. It's from people that don't live in that community or even in state. And that's creating funding streams. The problem is it's still pretty small. So those $25,000 that we're helping them are supplementing them. They're not ready to be on their own, but they're getting closer and closer. We believe people should self-fund some of those pieces from visitors locally, and then we help from some of the funding we get.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Last question I have, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to go on a bit here. In 2023, we allocated as a legislature $25 million in non-recurring for a special event marketing. I think it was about 18.4 million that's remaining unspent. Where are we on that, and what's being allocated towards that 18.4 million?
Yes, well, the 2 big events that have been spent last year were our Major League Baseball Classic. That was such a huge hit. Hundreds of millions of dollars in impressions, really kind of beyond our expectations about that. Also the Bluegrass. We have a couple of people we are chasing. And the press is often writing about some of the things that we are chasing, particularly with the new stadium coming, because that hasn't been announced, and that will be hopefully coming in 2026. We believe we'll be spending most or committing most of those funds, but some of those dates will be out for 28, 29, and 30. And it's been a huge plus for us to be able to have that fund, and wise of y'all to make that investment.
And by the way, and I said last question, Mr. Chairman, but I want to follow up on that if I may. I know that one of the events that gets talked about a lot is the Super Bowl. And I would like to say just publicly, we got this question from one of the media members this week. Obviously, California and other states have what they refer to as a jock tax, where if you work a small portion of your career in a state, even a few days, they gig you for a significant portion of your income. They slap an income tax on a player that comes and plays a game in their state. We obviously have repealed that, and we do not have a jock tax. And I hope it makes us more competitive for many sporting events out there, because unless that person lives in this state and buys things in this state, they're not paying taxes in the state. And that's how we run a good, robust government with low taxes. And so some of these other states try to just rob from these players just because they're visiting there and working there for a few days. We don't do that. So I would like to know at some juncture, not today, just if you guys can get either internally or with another department on just estimating on, say, a Super Bowl that comes in, on how much tax savings is there for those players that, say, versus California, on how much they gig them for that we would not be. I think it tells a part of the story on why many sporting events would like to be here. It's a great environment. It's city located. It's easy to get to, but it's also a low tax state, not just for the visitors, but for the folks that are coming in to actually play those games here. So thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you, Leader. I can tell you in the music side, on the celebrity side, as we've started asking them, hey, would you donate some of your time to be a part of a particular Sound Bites campaign or another item that we are doing? Certainly, Miss Dolly has been one of those people that have done that for us. We're starting to show them what the difference in that they live in a state that has no income tax, and that they are also helping drive sales tax from visitors that helps education and their neighbors. So we've started using that more in the music side than on the sports side, but it's a great idea.
All right. Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. As we're talking about sports, it has come to my attention, as many others I think know, that the announcement for the summer 2028 Olympic Games includes Nashville Stadium as one of the venues for some of the soccer matches. I did want to ask, though, as we're thinking about this 2028, what do we need to do to prepare as a city and a state to make sure that this international event benefits not just Nashville, but also some of the surrounding counties, if they can, as visitors come in and may have never come here and will have the opportunity to see what we offer in so many wonderful attractions and places for them to stay and to visit and to experience this extremely wonderful event that we've been blessed with, because this is free marketing almost, that we got Olympic Games coming here. So what, as you think about that, what do we need to do to kind of prepare for that? And again, to have all counties around us benefit from that?
It's a great question, Representative. And we get a test run with watching World Cup this year, and that's going to really help us. We're excited that Chattanooga and Nashville are both hosting World Cup teams. And in fact, we're going to build some activations around just those teams staying while they're practicing in Nashville and in Chattanooga. But we're also going to watch the folks who got those. We didn't get it because the stadium wasn't ready. John Ingram and his Geodis Park being all soccer helped land that new stadium. There will be work, and we think we're going to see how did the World Cup groups maximize. We'll get to do economic impacts that our research team will be doing to see who did the best job and what strategies they use. But it's a big deal for Nashville to be named as one of those 6 cities.
Yes, sir.
Representative Love.
And I'm asking for a friend, if you will, stay in contact for the state representative in that district where the stadium is located, just to see how things go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, thank you for being here for the report. You mentioned Jackson, and I just wanted to ask, I know that Jackson kind of opened its door to the world with this new flight, this 50-passenger jet now that's direct to Atlanta. Are you responsible for marketing that, or are they responsible for that? Because a lot of folks don't know now how convenient it is to go to Jackson and fly anywhere in the world compared to having to drive, in our case, from West Tennessee to Nashville or to Memphis. Can you elaborate a little on that and tell me what part you might be playing, if any, in that?
Yes, sir. We let our local, we believe the best advertising starts at the Tina Turner Museum. And,
yes, sir.
And then Jackson is the overbrand to that. And then the state of Tennessee is the overbrand to what Jackson is doing. So the answer is we're all responsible for trying to drive people to Jackson, Tennessee. When Atlanta is a market that we spend a lot of money in, Atlanta and Chicago and Dallas are some of our major feeder markets for the entire state. When that flight happens, we make sure our messaging gets to talk a lot about Jackson because it's time to focus in. Knoxville now, we'll get with Southwest getting there with those cities. We partnered with them. And we partner with Blount County, Knox County, Sevier County when there's a new opportunity to go to Denver or to go to Washington, D.C. So we are doing both of those.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Miller, representing Shelby County.
Yes, sir.
What are the top 5 tourist attractions in this state and economically?
Yes, great question. And I'll let Josh pop in too from our research team in just a minute. But first, you start with a brand like Graceland and Elvis that travels internationally. Then you've got a second brand that travels internationally with our National Civil Rights Museum at the Lorraine Motel, has hundreds of thousands of people that want to come and learn about culture. And it's a stunningly powerful place for them to be able to do that. Then you've got our music places like Stax and Son and others that let Memphis build around their pieces, Beale Streets. All that music piece is another section. We're so excited about this next year, the new art museum, the metal museum, all of the pieces that they are coming around on the cultural side to add to that. So there's a lot of reasons that people choose to come to Memphis, and we love getting to advertise about their music and about their culinary. Those are just a few. And Josh, if I missed one, you can. That's who I think of as our biggest pieces. And then they got some great outdoor pieces with the Mississippi River and other places that we get to talk about.
Josh Gibson, Chief Analytics Officer. So I would say beyond that, just realizing at a high level, Davidson, Shelby, and Sevier are the 3 economic impact counties in the state at the highest level. And so it would be hard to differentiate maybe any one particular asset in any of those communities, but collectively, it is the collective asset class that is bringing those to the top of the class for us.
So on your slide, you got the top 12 growth counties since 2018.
Yes, sir.
How do you explain that in Shelby County is not growing?
Can I take this?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes. So Shelby County is growing. They actually outpaced the national average during that time period, but these are the ones that had the most substantial and aggressive growth since 2018 when we do our 95 county economic impact analysis. So some of those obviously are smaller places, so it's easier for a smaller place to grow big amounts. If they add one hotel, maybe that doubles their hotel inventory and that doubles the number of people they can have spend the night. So some of that is economies of scale, but Memphis did outpace the national average.
Last question. The second largest contributor to state education fund, 800 million.
So that's a leisure and hospitality taxes. We get that from the Department of Revenue. And Department of Revenue measures leisure and hospitality would be eating and drinking taxes, would be hotels and short-term rentals, and amusements and attractions. That number this year will go over $2 billion, according to the Department of Revenue, for the first time ever. When you look and see at the percentages that are designated to go directly to education, both state and local, on the state side, it's about $800 million, and that number is coming from the Department of Revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for all that you do. The Memphis Motorsports Park recently sold, and having been an individual that I used to work at the fire station right in front of it, so we used to cover it. But I was there when they had the NASCAR Truck Series, and it's a 3/4 mile track, and then I think there's a strip, and there's a dirt track too, if I'm not mistaken there. Has there been any conversation with the new owners of Memphis Motorsports Park in regards to, where they're going with it and what the intent is and how we can capitalize and add it to, our tourism strategy.
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, not yet. I talk to Kevin and Kane and Regina on a regular basis. We usually have that bubble up from our local tourism destination marketing organization. They are usually the ones that says, here's a new asset, or here's a renovated asset, or an opportunity for us to capitalize on. Here's how they're unique for both our city and for the state. Great suggestion, and we'll get into looking into it.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the Memphis Motorsports Park, or it might not be called that now, but it is about 5 minutes, 2 minutes north of where my district ends, but it sits in Representative Miller's district on Fight Road. But I can tell you this. I remember many years ago when it was, operating and had direct tie to NASCAR. And I was talking to, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been then city mayor and the county mayor about, that demographic, right? And some of the stuff I learned was that 72% of the revenue that was generated from the Memphis Sports Park was from out of state. So it was people coming into the state. And I would name kind of nickname that our Liberty Bowl in my, just outside of my district, right? And so, I think on the weekend they would have, 30 to 50,000 people that were there at Memphis Motorsports Park. Now, here's the interesting thing that we pulled together too, was the fact that that same customer is also a customer of Bass Pro. And that same customer, in a lot of cases, it's the same customer for Graceland, right? And so when you look at that opportunity to combine all of these destinations or these spots together, it creates either a weekend, at least a weekend to a week stay, in our area. And so I just want to put that, just register that with you all and see, and with our members too, because, if there's as these conversations continue and we need to possibly look at, an investment into that idea, then I want it to be, at least sitting in our heads, and so we can continue to think about it.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Members, I have no one else on the list. Commissioner, thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm and certainly what you do for our state, you and your team. So thank you all very much. All right. I see Director Crump sitting back there with his staff, so I'll ask them and his team to come forward. Director Crump, as you all are getting situated, just a reminder that we will control your microphones up here. So once you see the red lights come on, you may be able to start. And if you would just begin with the introductions, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. And I'm always grateful when somebody works technology and I don't have to. I have fought many a battle with the various microphones in this building and the old War Memorial Building. So I'm grateful for that. We are glad to be here representing Tennessee's 32 elected DAs. Along with the 1,300 other employees in our offices across the state. We come today, I am joined by Brittany Lavalle, who is my Deputy Director for Legal Services and Policy. As you all, I'm sure know, President Trump stole Mike Donovan from us and sent him to the Western District of Tennessee as United States Attorney. Not joining us today, we returned the favor by stealing from Secretary Hegseth at the Department of War, Nicole Lillyman, who worked in the Special Operations and Low Intensity Warfare Department, and we have brought her in as our new Director of Operations. So we're very excited about that. And I'm also joined by Mike Huffaker, who is our Fiscal Director. In today's presentation, I will say that we, over the last year, oversaw the prosecution of 717,800 800 cases statewide. Each assistant DA across this state currently has a responsible caseload of 1,134 cases. And while that's a significant number, it is lower than it has been over the last few years, in part because we have worked through much of the backlog that has resulted from COVID. In addition to that, the General Assembly and Governor Lee have also added positions to our conference over that period of time. And so we feel like that the first thing we would say to you is that the people of this state are getting their money's worth from both our offices and from the employees in our offices. We are not specifically asking for any adjustment to our budget. We do have a staffing bill, which we have every year. That is something that will be taken up by both houses, and I'm not going to necessarily focus on that today, but I do want to talk about where we are focusing our intensity and our efforts. We believe that it is incumbent and really crucial on all prosecutors across the country to leverage technology to the best of our ability. As we have done that, we are pressing forward with great interest in the AI field. We are using it in everything from our office operations at the conference. We have an executive assistant AI system that helps us maintain project management. But beyond that, in the district offices, we're using AI in our legal research through the Westlaw Co-Counsel product. Those licenses were provided for us in this year's budget. We actually signed the contract and were willing to do it and thought we could do it out of existing resources. We felt like it was important. But that is something that we are using, our lawyers are using every day. In addition, Axon has a number of AI-related tools in digital evidence management that we use in our trial work and in our trial preparation across the state. But that's only sort of the beginning. In the comptroller, we recently had an audit, a performance audit by the comptroller. And one of the things they identified was in a couple of our departments, we needed some modernization. And so we are seeking through a company called DocuWare to automate things like our travel and employee reimbursement rather than having the proxy scenario that we've had for as long as I've been associated with the conference, which is over 30 years. We're now looking at having that as an online and an automated function where approvals are the only thing that folks other than the people entering those specific costs would be responsible for. One of the areas that AI has specifically been useful to us and is allowing us to leverage the people we have in our IT department is in web and internet security. The threats, the cyber threats that are everywhere in the world are certainly directed at us, both from phishing and malware, but from just specific hacking attempts. We have contracted with Amazon Web Services to provide an additional layer of security and also storage for us and to provide offline accessibility, a greater offline accessibility to our employees. We are going to continue to look for ways to use the technology that we have and then to increase our use of technology over the next few years to supplement our personnel requirements and asks. On the screen up there, you'll see our fiscal year 27 budget requests. Of the ones that you see there, all of those except, I believe, 3 are present in the governor's budget. The criminal investigator salary adjustment, we are continuing to see pressure in that area from law enforcement agencies increasing the pay, and that pay is becoming a competitive challenge in the area of keeping and hiring criminal investigators. So we're going to continue to ask for that. We're not asking for a budget adjustment on that this year, but that is something we're going to keep a close eye on. The conference started a health and wellness initiative a couple of years ago. We were fortunate and have some great people that took that up, and we won several awards, statewide awards related to that, and we're looking to move that out across all the districts. Wellness is a topic that lawyers too frequently ignore. As an elected DA, I know, and I'm ashamed to say that I ignored it for my staff. And I have challenged myself, and I've challenged the other DAs to make that change and to see their staff's wellness as something that is absolutely as important as their professional acumen. And then lastly, you'll see a SAKI grant on there. That is a rape kit testing grant that we were pursuing for the federal government, Shelby County. Shelby County had run into some problems related to the grant that they had. We were going to take it up, but the Department of Justice, as you all know, is cutting back significantly on the grants that they're awarding. We were not awarded that grant, and so we have withdrawn the application and are not going to be pursuing that any further, so that will not be a part of our budget this next year. We conducted, I know that probably all of you saw that the Comptroller's Office conducted a judicial weighted caseload study where they identified that the state was short by some 22, I think it was, judges across the state. The Comptroller has not performed a weighted caseload study related to us since the early 90s. So we took the research department that this body and the Senate gave to us related to our immigration report, and we conducted our own personnel survey. We took, of our 1,300 employees, we took roughly 350 of those and tracked their time using an online product called Clockify over a period of 8 weeks. We then weighted the cases, conducted some ratio studies, and performed what we believe is a comprehensive workload study, not just for lawyers, but for secretaries, assistant victim witness coordinators, criminal investigators, and secretaries. You will hear a lot more about that. We did not believe that we were going to be timely enough to make that. We did share that with the administration. I think we've shared that with many of you in this committee and in the Senate. But over the next year, you're going to be hearing a lot about our workload study. And we're certainly happy to answer any questions that you all may have about that. The highlight of that is that we believe that there are 75 assistant DAs that are needed across the state. And looking at those numbers, certainly the larger and the faster growing areas, Murfreesboro, Clarksville, and what we've traditionally called the Big Four, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Nashville, and Memphis, are a large part of that amount. We anticipate that between 5 and 6 lawyers are needed in each of those major jurisdictions, but every jurisdiction has seen growth. The beauty of Tennessee and frankly, the extraordinary management by both the private sector and government have made Tennessee a target for folks to move to. And as a result of that, the population growth has created additional work in every government office. And so we anticipate seeing a continuing need for continuing people, but we want you to understand that we are trying to measure that, and we're also trying to offset that by using technology to leverage the existing resources we have and not ask you for any more than we need to. Just a couple of years ago, we signed a contract with Axon where we put digital evidence, particularly video tools, on every employee's desk. And we believe that saved 88 full-time positions by not having to ask for video analysts or video technicians in each of our offices. It saved the state about $2.5 million. So we're going to continue to do our best to be good stewards of the funds that you've given us. We're going to look to be innovative, to leverage the existing human resources that we have, and then we're going to come to you and try to make the best case we can for additional human resources as we believe the evidence shows. So with that, Mr. Chairman and committee, again, thank you for the work you do for Tennessee, and thank you for the time to talk to you today about what I think is a remarkable group of public servants.
All right, Director, thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a couple of folks on the list to ask some questions, and we will begin with Leader Cochran. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, good to see you. And had a quick question about a piece of legislation that you and I worked on together last year, the one that authorized the counties to assess the $12.50 fee on state misdemeanors and felonies. So ultimately, to be provided for the purpose of promoting the public safety. And so wanted to ask how many counties have opted to assess that fee to date? And then has any of the funding been collected at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You're recognized.
Currently, 15 districts across the state have one or more of their counties that are participating in that. We recently submitted the annual report that is required by that, and I don't know if Mr. Huffaker has that number or not.
It is, excuse me.
If you'll need to identify yourself.
Yes, sir. Mike Huffaker, Fiscal Director at the DA's Conference. I don't have that figure right in front of me, but I believe it is somewhere estimated this year at around $300,000. I'll have to look that up, but I will find that for you and get back to you.
And we will provide that to you. That probably has, to give you some sense of what that is, I think our economic crime fund hovers somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 million. That's the current fund, the fund that previous to this we used to supplement General Assembly appropriations. That obviously, based on the bill that we have currently, that we're currently presuming will be phased out as jurisdictions come online with this.
And then just a couple follow-ups.
Later talk.
Thank you. And then has your office, have you discussed with VAs maybe a plan on how to utilize the funding to promote public safety, maybe guidance on best practices or?
Yes, we have. What we have said to them is that they should use it within the same parameters as the Economic Crime Fund. That the Economic Crime Fund provides a solid basis on which things cannot be questioned, and that they should use them within that same context.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Capley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could, I want to talk about the VAPIC program just a little bit. Members, if you don't know what the VAPIC program is, it's a multidisciplinary team appointed by the district attorneys to coordinate investigations of suspected instances of abuse and neglect or the exploitation of vulnerable adults. So based on your responses for the fact book, the number of referrals increased from 9,850 in fiscal year 22-23 to 25,000 in 25-26. What area are you seeing the most increase in these referrals, and how many of these referrals have actually resulted in prosecutions? Sorry, and I'm trying to, yeah.
But, thank you for the question. I think I'll start with, in terms of the area, I think we've seen them statewide. I don't think that there is one area that is necessarily leading. Obviously, where there are greater population centers, you're seeing a more dramatic rise. That's due to the greater law enforcement presence, the greater ability to investigate and pursue those cases. And so I think what you're seeing is that by creating these teams and creating specialists within law enforcement to evaluate, investigate, and then present these cases, you're seeing that dramatic rise, that 9 to 25,000. In terms of the number of statewide prosecutions, I do not know that answer. And part of the issue related to that is we have no statewide case management system. We are working on one for the District Attorney's Conference that we hope will be implemented statewide within the next year. Part of that is we're trying to make plans, as you all will hear at some point in time. The AOC is beginning their push out for their statewide case management for the court system. Our system has to work with that. 4 of our largest jurisdictions have their own system, and so it makes creating and grabbing these numbers hard, because you're looking at crimes over a multitude of different crimes that have a vulnerable adult as a victim, not just the ones that you might find under that under the VAPIC code, if you will.
Representative Capley.
That was all I had, Chairman. I appreciate you, and thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, good morning. It's still the morning. Is it still the morning? It's the afternoon. Good afternoon. Quick question related to the illegal immigration report.
Yes.
Just to make sure I have my numbers correctly, according to the report that you guys provided, there were 21,648 crimes committed by 11,344 illegals in the state of Tennessee just in 2025. That includes 41 murders, 11 child rapes, 2,900 violent acts, almost 3,000 DUIs. So in reading through that report, that is stunning. I don't think any of us expected the numbers to be what they are. So my question is, I've got two questions. One, specifically when it lists 11,344 reports, can that be read as that's 11,344 illegals that committed those crimes, or could that number be higher based on numerous illegals being included in one report?
I think it could go both ways. I think that first, that number could represent, because we don't have with these particular kinds of defendants the same identifying data that we have for a citizen. That is a social security number that is accurate, an accurate birth date. We can't always track across jurisdictions. So I will say that this number could be lower because you could have the same individual committing crimes in multiple jurisdictions or multiple counties. And so that number could be lower because you've got an individual that's represented in more than one places. It could be higher, and in fact, I am certain that the number is higher because we have not had complete uniform reporting across the state yet. We're close, and I really want to congratulate the sheriffs across our state. They have worked with us extremely well to get these numbers, and we're in the process. By next year, I anticipate we will have a much, I think, an even more accurate number, but I think that number will be potentially higher that once we see what that is. So I think it could be either way. I think it could be lower than that number because you have multiple counties represented by the same individual that we just can't connect, certainly there are individuals that we have not yet captured in this report.
And one more, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Deputy Speaker.
So based on, my numbers just went away, excuse me. Well, there we go. So based on that, what counties have not fully reported? Because there was some question, I believe it said 94 of 95 state counties, and there just seemed to be a little bit of ambiguity related to this. What counties have not fully reported?
There is only one county that we did not receive a report from, and that was Bledsoe County. We did not receive a report from them this last year. Every other county reported in some way or another. We did not, when we say we didn't get full reporting, one of the things we've tried to educate the sheriffs about is that it's really important, even if you don't think you had anybody that qualifies, that you tell us at the end of each month, we didn't have anybody this month. And so when we say we didn't get full reporting, we did not get a report. Now, we're certain that some of those, because they're from very small counties, just did not have anybody that qualified. And so we don't want to say that they failed to cooperate or that they failed to report. It's just we think that we didn't have anybody, so we didn't have anybody to report. And we're looking, I will say this, we believe there's a more efficient way for us to report these, and I'm working with Jimmy Music from the Sheriffs and Chiefs Association on a better way to report, a more efficient way for the sheriffs to report, and one that will make it simpler and easier for them to report, particularly if it's a zero.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Got a couple of questions. Look at the budget and with the assistant DAs and the coordinators and all of those personnel, about $14 million new dollars there just in that part of the budget. So we just received a report yesterday from the comptroller. Each one of us got that, and I glanced at it just a little bit. And I know there's been some conversation over redistricting, and nobody likes change and all of that. But when I look at 14 million new dollars, and then I look at some of the way the districts are now and how it's set up, what are y'all looking at? What that we could maybe do some changes and not have to have that much more by realigning some things within the districts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that there's any way you can realign the districts to change those numbers because those represent the number of people that are required to prosecute the cases. You're not going to change the population of the state. You may change the population of a district, but that population is going to have to be covered by the same number of assistant DAs as it was, the same number of victim witness coordinators. So I don't know that that makes a difference. We obviously, for the last, for many years, we have been looking at the concepts of redistricting. Last year, we thought that there was an opportunity to do some realignment that maybe made some sense. That did not come to fruition for various reasons. I think there are a couple of things that go into this. When I was an elected DA and when I would go home and people would be talking about redistricting, you're right, nobody wants change. Law enforcement does not want to be with a new DA, for example, or a new set of judges. And the lawyers definitely don't want to be. They've gotten used to the judges they have. Many of them have built practices around the procedures and the expectations of certain judges. DAs and public defenders all run, and certainly we understand that. And you know, the part of the issue that's different from the legislature and redistricting in the legislature is when you redistrict a public defender or a district attorney, you're sending a bunch of victims and cases to a brand new office that doesn't know them, that's never met them, that has no concept of the context of those cases, that has no experience with that law enforcement group. And so it's that when you also, perhaps it's a new child advocacy center that they're suddenly working with. It's much more complicated when we look at moving those parts around than just saying we can readjust these cases of these people. We have built the system with a number of assistant DAs, a number of assistant PDs and so forth, to match the jurisdiction's population. And so what we've done is we've tried to place our staffs in a position to cover the people that we have, as opposed to having to try to match it up to some number per district, because that would mean every couple of years you're redistricting, and that would be chaos, just because, again, you're moving cases and victims and law enforcement into scenarios that they're totally unfamiliar with.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, look, the district attorneys have lucked up. Chairman Vaughn was kind enough to provide lunch for everyone, and we have some of our committee members that have floated in and out. If you're unaware of that and on the committee, it is in the back room. So you got a well-fed and comfortable room that was about half full for your budget presentation. So I have about 37 questions that are all very probing and difficult to go through. I do not, Mr. Chairman. Please don't look at me like that. So in case nobody else caught that, the chairman telegraphed that should not happen. I just want to say thank you for what y'all do. Obviously, I was following the back room, and as members step in and out, there are large screens in the cloakroom while they grab lunch to follow along with everything, and they are doing so. I appreciate the study that you all put forward. It has been for years that there's still staffing issues at many of the district attorneys' offices. And that's, you know, between district attorneys and public defenders, you do not want an understaffed office in either one. I mean, it hinders justice and everything else. So, but particularly, everyone suffers within law enforcement in any community when the chief law enforcement entity in the county or the district isn't well funded. So thank you for the job that y'all do. Just wanted to say that as a former assistant, once prosecutor, always a prosecutor, I guess, but it just appreciate the job y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. And I will echo that. The most dangerous thing to liberty and to the innocent person is an overworked assistant DA. When the system reaches the point that an assistant DA cannot accurately or adequately spend time in the file, it is the innocent and it is the victim that suffers.
Thank you very much. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
And thank you, General. And again, thank you, Chairman Vaughn. I don't know what the district attorneys did to make you particularly happy so that lunch was delivered during their presentation, but they owe you one, buddy. And we all do.
All right. Thank you. I have no one else on the list. So thank you all. Thank you all very much for being here. And we certainly appreciate your presentation and your time.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'll ask the District Public Defenders Conference and the Director of Frog. I saw, yep, there he comes. Ask you all and you and your team to move forward. And we will control the microphones up front here. So once you see the red light come on, you are ready to speak. And without further ado, we'd like to welcome you and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Patrick Frog. I'm the Executive Director of the Tennessee District Public Defenders Conference. To my right is Sherry Isom. She's my Fiscal Director, and Chelsea Curtis, our Deputy Director and Legislative Chair, or Legislative Director, is next to her. I think you all have seen us running around here sometimes. I have a pretty brief presentation. And I usually start this way because I think our budget, unlike a lot of budgets, is really simple to understand. We're about 91% salary and benefits. Our budget is just people. It's about 9% real estate, rent, computers, pencils, whatever. So our budget is all about people. It's almost all state funding. There's a little bit of funding that trickles in here and there, but it's almost all just general state funding. Shelby and Davidson County for us are a little unique. They are part of the Public Defenders Conference, but they are county employees. So there's money that basically passes through my office. I always refer to it as a block grant because that's what it feels like. And that's adjusted every year by CPI, by statute. This year we made a number of requests. I want to talk, before I get to that, about personnel. You know, when I got here, I made a decision pretty quickly 10 years ago that if you asked a room full of public defenders, what do you need? If you don't say more lawyers, that's what 100% of them are going to say. And so with that in mind, our budget requests always revolve around more positions, and we make that case wherever we can. You all have been good. Governor Lee has been good about slowly allowing us to grow. You know, we need a lot more lawyers than we have, and we've been able to add a lot of years. In the last couple, we really haven't. The first two increases I've requested, the salary step raises and the increase for Shelby and Davidson County, those are increases, but they are statutory. The Shelby and Davidson County, that's an estimate that gets figured at the end of the fiscal year, so we just sort of plug last year's number in there. We also asked for several defense positions. This is not the extent of our need, but we asked for 20 assistant public defenders, 12 investigators, 20 secretaries, and 7 social workers, which sounds like a lot. But when you consider the years that, you know, people are patting me on the back and saying good job because we got, let's say, 20 new positions in a budget one year, that's less than a new lawyer per district. And we cover the entire state. So this request is really what we thought we should ask for. It's not the extent of our need, but we thought it was responsible. Also, Shelby County, for several years, has been making the point that because they're county employees, they're the only public defenders that are not paid in line with what we're paid. Now, Davidson County is paid different. They're on a different salary scale. They start a little higher and end a little lower on their scale, but they're fine with it. But Shelby County tries to match the state scale, but they can't. And every time we get a COLA, you know, they might catch up with us one year, and every time we get a COLA, they get behind. So we've asked for a pay adjustment for Shelby County. We did have some rent increases. I think most of you all who deal with any kind of real estate in your life know that rent just keeps going up. So we've had rent increases for some of our offices. We also, we're approaching AI in the legal field very carefully. We've embraced a couple of tools. One is called Justice Text that has really helped us deal with the onslaught of video evidence. We're now able to use AI tools to go through, transcribe it, and sort through it quickly. But we're running into, particularly in response to what the DAs have been doing, they've been upgrading their technology recently. General Crump told you about that. We've responded with a storage solution that we think will help. Right now, we're sort of at the end of our storage limits to handle all the video evidence. I mean, when you add body cams, Ring cameras, and cell phones, there almost aren't any contested cases without video and audio evidence now. Like the DAs, when you all agreed to increase the pay for the assistant public defenders a few years ago, the one category, which was, thank you very much, it was very helpful and lowered our turnover. The one category that was left out, like the DAs, was the investigator. So we've asked for that. We also asked for one additional IT person. I think we right now have 7 IT people managing 50 offices across the entire state, and that's with all that. So we asked for one additional position. We are proceeding carefully and responsibly in that realm. And I've highlighted what was included in the administration budget. The 2 statutorily required increases were included, and the rent and the storage solution were included. Importantly, the personnel, there were no positions added of any kind, really. And it's really, I'm coming to you here with this because it's important to me. I wouldn't mention it in this hearing if it weren't. Like the DAs, we did our own study, and I'll talk about that in just a second. For years, the comptroller, they're statutorily mandated to do a weighted caseload study for the public defenders and the DAs. They can't do it because they don't have enough data. I think a couple of years they also cited they weren't given any money to do it, but they don't have enough data because all the general sessions courts don't report their data. So it's hard for us to know, how many cases are actually running through the general sessions courts. In 2018, we implemented our own case management system. The first challenge to that kind of thing, and I'd warn the DAs about this as they're about to do it, is we aren't staffed for that kind of thing. But over the years, we've gotten better at using our case management system despite not having staff to really run it. And so we actually have data. We have recorded data for every client we represent. So we can't we can't look at general sessions court and say we do X percentage of the cases because we don't know how many cases there are, but we can tell you how many cases that we do. And so if you look, for example, there was a national study a couple of years ago by the National Center for State Courts and the RAND Corporation that went about weighting these cases. They said, a person doing 200 murder cases is very different than a person doing 200 bad check cases, all felonies, but you can't compare the lawyers' workloads. So the National Center for State Courts went in and assigned a weight to each type of case. And the weight is in number of work hours on average that should be used. Well, we know how many cases and what type they are, and we know how many people we have and where they're located. So we were able to take that data and translate it into Tennessee to come up with our own caseload study. This is an example on the board of what came out of the 3rd Judicial District, which is Greene, Hamblin, Hawkins, and Hancock. And I picked that just because it's the chairman's district and I had to pick one. But if you look at that, right now we've got 13 attorneys handling the cases in those 4 counties. According to this study, translated into our data, we really need 32 lawyers to adequately handle that. So we're 19 lawyers short. Now, it's a little unfair to use the 3rd district because Upper East, anything basically east of Murfreesboro in the state, has a greater need than most places west. And I agree that Murfreesboro and Clarksville are exceptions to that. They both have great needs, but it's where the growth's happening that you can see the need. According to this study, we need to really double the number of lawyers for the work that we're doing. Now, what I did starting in July was went to each judicial district and sat down with the elected public defender and walked through their staffing and showed them these numbers and said, what do you think? Could you get by without one, et cetera? And that ended up with a number that was about half of what the National Center for State Courts said. If I pushed you to do what the least you could do, what would you do? And we ended up about 144 lawyers short. So when I come to you with these requests, it's not just because every agency always wants more money. I mean, that's all we are as people. And we have too many cases for the lawyers that we have. That's just the truth of the matter. I was talking with General Crump yesterday. I think it was yesterday, the day before, up here, when we were watching the AOC budget hearing in the Senate. And he agreed with me. At some point, right now, we're just sort of humming along. We're all doing too many cases. They're doing too many cases. We're doing too many cases. Some point, something's not going to go right. And it's going to be based on the fact that we didn't have a DA look at a file. It's going to be some lawyer. I've got lawyers in court right now who are going to General Sessions Court and meeting and disposing of 20 cases in a session. Now, if it was my son being represented by one of those lawyers, and if you walk into any courtroom, you will see typically, and I challenge you to walk into a General Sessions Court in your jurisdiction, you will see a DA sitting at a table, about 10 cops circled around them waiting to be heard. 2 or 3 lawyers, a public defender and 2 or 3 other lawyers maybe, and then a whole courtroom of people. I don't think those victims feel listened to. I hadn't talked to the victims that much. I know our clients don't feel like they've got a lawyer's full attention. And I think at some point, something's going to go wrong. And it's going to be because either our side or their side didn't have time to look at it. So that's all I've got. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I do have several people on the list if you'd like to be on the list. And I'll make sure, I'm sure Chairman Hicks will see that you extrapolated the data from his
Thank you very much.
district. Yeah. We have people coming and going because we are working through lunch and some people need to eat, but I really appreciate that. First on my list, I have Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the data, Chairman's third judicial district is also my third judicial district as well. So I appreciate the presentation of that. And I must remind our colleagues, and we hear from our PD, Todd Estep does a great job in that district. And he always reminds me that to have an efficient and fair justice system, we must have defense. So that is part of what keeps the integrity of our defense and our legal system going forward. I want to thank our staff. I want to thank our research staff. If you've not seen it in your dashboard yet, there is a slide for the judicial branch and funding therein for all facets of the court system, the AOC, the PDs, the district attorneys, post-conviction defenders, the state AG. So thank you very much for staff and providing that to us as well. Leader Cochran brought up some information earlier talking about court cost fees, things of that nature that are charged in each situation. And I believe there's a $12 fee on misdemeanors and felonies. Talk about the sources of funding that you've got, the genesis of these court costs and fees, from where they come, from whence they come, how they get to you, and what those fund balances may be.
Sure. I think he was talking about there's a $12.50. We often refer to it as the $12.50 fee because it's $12.50. It's not statewide. There's a statute that allows individual counties to authorize the collection of that if their local legislative body wants to. So we have, I don't know, I think 18 districts that have that. And typically within a district, it's not every county. It'll be one county in a district. And then that money is collected locally. It is considered state revenue. It's shown in our budget as revenue, but it's collected locally with local authorization. I think there was a statute passed last year. We've had that for years. A few of our districts use it. It's limited as to what we can use it for. We can't do whatever we want. We have to use it for criminal defense. So we sometimes fund personnel trainings. It's volatile, so it's hard to fund personnel, but the DA's passed a statute last year that allows them to start to opt in. I know some of them have started that process.
Chairman Hall.
Thank you. And I'll take a head nod. So you do receive a portion of these funds as well?
Yeah, we receive the $12.50 fee where it's located, it does come to us. It doesn't come, it shows in our budget, but the way that we treat it is, supposing if Todd in the 3rd Judicial District had $12.50 money, it would be collected locally. He and only he would be able to spend that, not other districts. And by statute, it rolls over, so he maintains a reserve. So it ends up we don't like to tax anybody, but it ends up sometimes being necessary with the staffing levels that we have.
Okay. And I'm broadly trying to understand, we've got, ironically, a bill in our transportation committee that's dealing with court costs and fees right now and just trying to justify what goes where and how it's being utilized. So that's the reason for the question there. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Hawk. Chairman Vaughn is next on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all being here. You did a great job in your presentation because you knocked out most of my questions, but coming back to 2 of them, and I appreciate your conversation about a bad check case is not the same as a murder case. And so weighted caseload numbers sometimes are hard to find the magic sweet spot. But what is the total number? And you may have said it and I just didn't pick up on it. What's the total number of cases you have under your purview as of now?
I didn't say it, and I'll tell you why. We have a case management system that allows us to track that, but where we track it is open and closed. So we're closing about 150,000 a year and opening about 150,000 a year. I'd love to say that that means we're doing 300,000 a year, but a lot of those are the same cases. So for budget purposes, I'll say conservatively 200,000 a year typically. But I'm just sort of making that up. I can tell you exactly what we open and close. And if I wanted to dig real deep and do the timing on each case, I could tell you exactly how many humans we represent.
Well, and to that point, another stat that wasn't mentioned, and I'm not an attorney, the ratio of attorneys to how many clients they carry, I guess that's just a simple math equation of saying, okay, 150,000 cases divided by your staff of attorneys.
Yeah, it's 519 people. It's, I think, 400 attorneys-ish. But I don't think that'll get you anywhere. I mean, I think that's the kind of math that we've been doing for a long time in this space. In 1972, the Nixon administration appointed a committee that came out and said public defenders should be able to handle X number of cases. And the problem with that is a case is not a case. I mean, a murder case and a driver's license case are way different. One might take 3 hours, one might take 100 hours. So I don't think that math really gets you anywhere, which is why we're just finishing this study. I mean, I've actually got the numbers for you. I can show you. I just don't have the final draft because I'm waiting on some edits. But we're doing way too much.
Understood. And you've done a great job of advocating that position here in front of us today. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Vaughn. Next on my list, Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. And you did answer the question I was going to ask, which is about the weighted caseload. And so thank you for giving the information. And we are hoping that we can get some results from what you presented. Thank you so very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Next on my list, Representative Holsey, Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for being here. I don't have a question either. I just have a comment or two. I'm frustrated over the same lack of parity. I've always wanted justice to be on both sides of this equation. And it frustrates me when we have a pretty big budget for the post-death penalty folks who might have one caseload for 2 years and trying to make that equal across the board. But I'm certainly supportive of you getting what you need. And if you've got people like Andrew Givens, you're not going to find anybody better than him. He's always had an ear when I said, I think this guy's getting a raw deal. Can you help him? And he's always been there. So I appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you. Sullivan County is well served. I will also say, one of the tools that we've had to use is our salary equity. I know you all are familiar with that concept. It basically, if an after 20-year public defender leaves and we hire an after 10-year to replace them, that leaves equity in our budget, unspent money that's recurring. And we've been able to use that. This year's budget, we didn't see it in the draft of the budget because typically reductions come in a separate book. This year they were actually in the document. It took us a few days. But they proposed taking our salary equity, 1% of our budget, which is about $900,000. They could do that. We don't believe we've got $900,000 in equity. Our projections show about 320. But at some point, number one, that means if an after 5 person leaves, that's what we're going to have to hire is somebody lower than that. And number two, that eliminates any sort of ability to move anything within our budget. Last year, I think we just missed our reversion target because we ended up buying computers at the last minute because we saw that we had extra money. But taking away 1% of a budget as lean as ours, and I know, it doesn't look lean with those numbers, but it's all spoken for. So when you cut, I think a lot of the judicial branch agencies got notice that we were getting a 1% cut in the administration budget. That's really going to hit, and it may end up hitting people. So thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, Representative Shaw. Oh, I'm sorry. Leader Lamberth.
Mr. Chairman, I would have yielded to the elder statesman, Representative Shaw, if you needed me to. But I but is that what you would like, sir? Oh, yes, sir. All right. I'm just checking. His days are limited here in the legislature, and I don't want to take any of his time, Chairman. To the public defenders, I know I bragged on the district attorney's office. Again, deeply appreciate what y'all do. Director Prog, I mean, we've been friends for years, and y'all can stretch a dollar further than just about anybody I know. But both entities, obviously the same thing, need to be well funded for justice to actually be meted out fairly. And so I will say, obviously, the public defenders will not handle all of the cases that the district attorney's office is going to handle. You have private counsel, you have others that come in. But we spend, members, if you'll look at your budget book, and in particular this and appointed counsel, we spend entirely too much money on paying private attorneys to come in and handle cases because the public defender's office simply doesn't have the staff to be able to handle those cases. They are the most affordable, fiscally responsible way to provide competent counsel for criminal defense. And so when we invest in the Public Defenders Conference, I'll just say, I mean, you are many times saving money on appointed attorneys that would be coming in from the private, from just the private world, and it is money well spent. And so thank you for the job you do. Appreciate it. And hopefully for both you and the District Attorneys Conference, we'll be able to find ways to get you some additional staffing.
Thank you.
My apologies, Leader. I thought that you were following up on Chairman Hulsey, but Representative Shaw, Emeritus Shaw, if you will.
Thank you, sir. I'm very honored. Thank you. And I will be brief. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your report. And I think out of my entire tenure here, it's really the first time I've heard your argument put this way, which opens my mind totally to new ideas. But what I really wanted to say was a lot of the calls, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of other legislators here, a lot of the calls that I get from people really falls right in what you're talking about now. They didn't get the proper representation because there was not enough time. The public defender just didn't have enough time to deal with it, to give them the proper representation that they needed. And I will certainly not call names, but I can recall 2 or 3 cases just recently that I was familiar with. So I appreciate what you've said. And again, I'd certainly agree with Leader Lambert and the rest of us. I think both of you, DA and public defender, should get the resources you need to fairly represent people, because every once in a while, there are some cases that's just not what they appear to be. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no other members on our list. We want to thank you, Director Frog, for being here today, you and your team, and look forward to seeing you later on in session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our list, we have the Department of Military. I think General Ross is outside, so as soon as he gets in here, we'll get started. What was it? Oh, I did that last time. I'm consistent. And turn back on. Welcome, gentlemen, if you will, grab a seat. We're running a little bit ahead of time, which never happens. So, but we're happy to have you guys here today. General Ross, if you will introduce your team if you'd like, and then you have the floor for your presentation.
Sure, I'll start at the front table. First, thanks to everybody for allowing us to come in, especially coming in early. So we're on the left, Austin Travis, legislative liaison for TEMA, Mr. Alex Pelham, Chief of Staff, Director Sheehan here to my immediate left, Director of TEMA. I've got Jennifer Ponto, our financial services person for the department here to my right, and Brian Salaka, who's our legislative director behind me, Jimmy Cole, Deputy Commissioner, Stephen Turner, Assistant Adjutant General Army, Glenn King, who's Chief of Staff Air, Andy Sheehan and Jason Glass both work. Andy works for facilities management for us, and Jason's in financial administration piece for us.
Thank you, General.
We'll just jump right into it. We've got the clicker here. So the first three slides provide an overview of our department, including the governor's recommended investments for us, the governor's response and recovery fund, which is more on the TEMA side of the house for $100 million. And then there's, I think slide 3 is our required efficiency reductions, $328,000 of reductions for us there. So we get right on into the slide 4. Yep, that's the meat of what we want to talk about. You got $622 million and change there of a budget. Includes about, includes $355,000 of state fund, $355 million of state funds, and 267 of federally reimbursed to make up that 622. These funds are critical for the support of the 3 pillars in our department, which are the Army, the Air, and TEMA. I want to go though to slide 5, and I want to provide some operational context to those numbers and speak to you of some of the remarkable accomplishments of your Tennessee National Guard and TEMA. So the timeline in your packet there provides a visual of our combined operational tempo. I want to focus specifically on this past year, which has been defined by relentless opportunities to serve our citizens. Since October 1st, 2025, we've been the single largest provider of personnel to the Memphis Safe Task Force, working side by side with both U.S. Marshals and the Memphis Police Department. It's a federally funded mission at no cost to the state. Our service members have conducted 24/7 presence patrols across all 9 precincts, supported 74 traffic control points during major events, executed 119 quick reaction missions, logging over 400,000 hours there. Including those hours or lives that's been saved due to the presence and actions of our guardsmen, with the most recent being this week. Public support for this is positive, and we believe that our efforts alongside Memphis Police Department, state and federal partners have strengthened public safety and the community confidence. More recently, the winter storm event Fern this past month remains with so many. During Winter Storm Fern, as TEMA stood up their EOC, we staged 170 vehicles statewide before the first snowflake fell. As the storm moved across our state, our Tennessee National Guard members operated in 23 counties with 42 cut and toss teams, cleared 960 miles of road, conducted 570 health and welfare checks, assisted 267 stranded motorists. In addition, there were 750 civilian assistant missions and 600 medical transport missions where we either transported patients or we transported critical care providers. All of that while we continued our federal missions at home and abroad. Apart from Fern, we conducted 31 medical evacuations across the state and brought life-saving measures to over 117 citizens. The past year also included 15 units and over 1,000 soldiers and airmen deployed to over 23 countries, both here and abroad. Southwest border, Germany, Bulgaria, Kosovo, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, Africa, and United Arab Emirates, and Israel. This high operational tempo is only possible because of the readiness of our force. I'll also share that both our Army and Air National Guard are over 100% authorized strength. That's the first time since 2008 we've been in that territory, making us one of the top Guard states of the 54. Our success is no accident. It's a direct result of your support through initiatives like the STRONG Act and the Medical Readiness Act, which are reflected in our base budget. Those programs make service in Tennessee National Guard and the military department more attractive and sustainable for the Tennesseans who choose to serve, and we have many who are making that choice every day. Our success and readiness directly translates to our ability to compete on the national stage, and we have a major win to celebrate just this year. The 134th Air Refueling Wing was selected over 13 other states to receive the KC-46 Pegasus airframe, the Air Force's newest air refueling platform. This decision secures a critical mission for Tennessee for decades to come, guaranteeing relevance, capabilities, and jobs. Now, there are challenges ahead that concern us, and one of our primary concerns is infrastructure, which is our sole capital budget request for this year. Our request addresses the relocation of the Air and Army missions from Berry Field at BNA to Smyrna, Tennessee. Last year, you funded the land acquisition for our Air Guard to go to Smyrna. This year, we're requesting, with the governor's support, an $80 million investment to design and build an Army aviation support facility at Volunteer Training Site Smyrna. Why does it matter? Well, Berry Field conducts national strategic level missions every day. Our current 88-acre lease at BNA Berry Field expires in 2045. Without a home for relocation and growth, the Department of War could move those missions and the jobs that come with them outside of Tennessee. That risks over 1,000 full-time and part-time positions and hundreds of millions in annual economic impact. Your past support has made us one of the strongest and most respected National Guards in the nation. The KC-46 Pegasus decision proves that when Tennessee steps into the competition, we'll win. Today, we ask for your continued support to make sure that those wins stay here, securing missions, jobs, economic impact for decades to come. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Director Sheehan, the Tennessee Emergency Management, who will share some about how these efforts integrate with statewide emergency preparedness.
There we go. Thanks, General Ross. So since the last time we were privileged to sit in front of you, we've had now not just one, but two major disaster declarations granted, the latest being for Fern. So in addition to 4878, we have 4898, which many of you experienced by being very cold and trapped in your homes, depending on where you were. And some of you, I'm sure, like so many other Tennesseans, were without power. We've coordinated the debris removal for more than 7 million cubic yards. And if you want to visualize what a cubic yard is, it's about the size of a dishwasher. So that's about how much debris we removed after Helene. We also, with your support and help, developed the Helene Emergency Assistance Loan Program, the Governor's Response and Recovery Fund, most of which has been expended to support the communities after Helene. Part of what we're seeking today is to restore and replenish some of that funding with $100 million as we move ahead. We've coordinated mutual aid, and you've seen the good work that Tennesseans have done to support Tennessee in the last month, whether that's TDOT, forestry, folks from state parks and TDEC, the Tennessee National Guard, and folks from TEMA. So that concludes my brief. I'm pending any questions that you might have.
I've got just one other comment. These were delivered, I think, to your offices prior to this hearing today. So this is just our revised annual Tennessee Military Department 101. You can find a lot about our structure, our force structure, our partnership and work with TEMA, along with not just the Tennessee Air and Army National Guard and TEMA, but also the Tennessee State Guard.
All right. Thank you very much, Major General. Thank you for your presentation, and as well as Director Sheehan, thank you as well. I've got a couple of folks on the list to ask some questions, and I'm going to kick this off. And the first thing is, you mentioned, Director Sheehan, some of the funding that went into Hurricane Helene. Part of that was the fact that your department was provided $240 million non-recurring for TEMA disaster relief. And as of June 20th, or June 30th, 2025, that it was reported that there was zero carried forward. Can you just talk a little bit about how these funds were spent and kind of just, I'll let you give an update there.
Chairman, this is Alex Pelham, Chief of Staff. So what we did with that 240 million is as we work through the debris removal that Director Sheehan had talked about, that was meant to lower the cost share for the locals as well as additional costs that we knew we would take on when we took the waterway debris removal. We're working with the federal government to do the federal obligation piece for that debris removal. So what we've seen, we got a piece of the obligation, which allows us to offset that for federal funding in our disaster relief fund. However, the grand project itself has still not been obligated by FEMA. So the 240 million is covering the state's cost until the federal side gets obligated, and we're able to move that cost to the federal line versus the state line.
So, of course, driving through Irwin just not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, and of course, there's still so much debris there. So you're saying there's still state funds that are available to continue that entire cleanup because it's still amazing how much is still piled up and sitting there. So what is the funding there looking like?
So that disaster, there are a couple of different funds. That the GRF is where we pushed money for specific projects that didn't fall under public assistance, FEMA public assistance. That 240 is meant to serve as the match. It was not meant to serve as direct funding to the counties, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of the debris, so the jurisdiction matters and where we've been able to work. And so what you've seen, any place that the state of Tennessee could claim jurisdiction, whether that's along roadways or waterways, the debris has been removed. Private property presents another obstacle for us, and we've been working with the federal government on commercial property debris removal. So I know in Irwin, there are a couple of places there that are, of course, visible right from the interstate, where it's been a more difficult task in getting some of that debris removed. But the GRF also made funds available to those companies that are in that industrial park so that they could undertake those things that would not be eligible under other programs to do that work. Those funds have already been awarded to those companies to undertake that work.
And I believe there were 4 in the industrial park that range from roughly $3.75 million to $5 million awards.
Okay, and then that's actually where I'm talking about, right there, right at the edge of that industrial park. Okay, thank you. Next on the list, let's go to Chairman Hicks. Chairman Hicks of Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got quite a few questions here, if you don't mind a little bit of leadway. Thank you, General Ross, for being here, and thank you, Director Sheehan. What you all do is, we're finding out in this state is so very important. We appreciate the work you do. Could you provide like a update on the Hurricane Helene interest payment fund and sort of how that's going?
There we go. 5th time's a charm. Yes, sir. Alex Pelham, Chief of Staff. So we are working, we've got the contracts out on that to each of the counties that has submitted interest in us paying that for them. I know those have gone out, and I believe the first payment has already been made to either Washington or Carter County, but those are all in the process right now. They all have executed contracts. They're all in the process of, once they give us the documentation to show the amount we need to pay, that those are moving along.
Okay, and just for my knowledge, how long did the state agree to help counties pay interest on those loans?
Up to 36 months, sir.
36 months. And time flies. How long do we have left to pay those funds currently? When did that start? That's what I'm looking for. And when will it end?
My understanding of the way that is we will pay essentially 36 installments. So I don't believe it has a definitive time that it started and it would end in a specific time period. It's that we would pay up to 36 payments or 36 months worth of interest for that jurisdiction.
Okay. And like in that, there's a couple of pieces of legislation that's going through this process of the legislature. Do you think those pieces of legislation will truly help to make sure that we try to, our fear is, and as far as the counties, I have to say this, is that they won't have their loans paid off by the time that the 36 months is up. That's the fear. So we're just trying to make sure that what we're getting ready to pass is going to help that situation, because it's a lot of money in Northeast Tennessee.
There are some things going through the General Assembly now that, they're not administration bills, and that will help speed up how quickly aid can be processed. So just looking at some of the things that are passing now, I think it will help increase the speed and shorten some of the lag time. It has been very frustrating, as the person, the organization that's responsible for administering, getting aid to communities. And so some of the things going through the General Assembly now will help shorten that time and speed things up. So,
and I think your work on that, you've been tremendous at helping us through that process. It's extremely important that we get everything paid back and get our counties whole as quick as possible. There were several legislative incentives which were earmarked from the Governor's Response and Recovery Fund, including $20 million to the Irwin Utilities Authority and $25 million for grants to counties in Northeast Tennessee. Have all those payments gone out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how have the additional funds in the Governor's Response and Recovery Fund been spent? Like, is there any more funds in that fund that's been spent?
So we had, I believe it's 104 applicants that came in, not including the earmarked from the legislature, and all of those have been paid out to date. There are some projects that we have put on hold for the public assistance piece because we don't want to replace federal money with state money.
So I will talk about that in just a minute, sir. So we had some jurisdictions apply for the GRRF that would otherwise have been eligible for FEMA public assistance funding. And the sentiment seemed to be that they thought it would be easier. That is not the purpose of the program. The purpose of the GRRF as constituted for Helene is to help cover those recovery gaps that aren't otherwise covered through eligible programs. So we're not looking to supplant federal dollars. And so for those jurisdictions or organizations that applied for GRF funding where we thought that public assistance eligibility should be exhausted first, those things are still pending evaluation from FEMA and from the TEMA staff.
Thank you for that. And the proposed budget includes an additional $100 million non-recurring for the Governor's Response and Recovery Fund. What is sort of the plan? Can you talk about for that funding?
Well, I think we've seen the value of having a program like this to be able to support Tennesseans, and we've supported directly Tennesseans, business owners, farmers, foresters, in addition to jurisdictions. So having this be a funded program where there's the option for this governor or future governors to make it available to support a faster, more full recovery, I think is the underlying sentiment and the reason for this.
Thank you. And thank you for those answers. I just want the members to know that, they have helped us tremendously to try to work through this process, but there's a couple of pieces of legislation moving through that is going to simplify this. This is a extremely excruciating, difficult process. They can't necessarily say that. I can. It is extremely a difficult process to try to get this federal funding back to our counties. So I look forward for future disasters for that really coming together and being a lot simpler. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Chairman. Next on the list, Representative Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and General, and the rest of you. It's great to see you today. I know that in the budget request, y'all had a $3.1 million request for a statewide notification system that did not get funded. And so the question that I have is, how do y'all send out alerts now? And is there anybody that's out there, particularly in rural or poor counties, that are going to be very adversely affected by this not being funded?
So our mechanism is right now we're using the wireless emergency alert system that's a part of FEMA's integrated public alert and warning system. So that's both the TV and the radio things you'll hear where this is a test of the emergency alert system. And I'm sure your phones, when they go off for Amber Alerts, it's that same backbone system for cell phones. That's the way that we can notify the public. We do that TEMA has statutory responsibility to issue those notifications or to support jurisdictions as they're issuing those notifications. So those of us in Nashville heard Nashville opted to use it to make sure that people could know about shelters that were open here during the extreme cold. I think that was an appropriate use, especially when they got it earlier in the day. Certain jurisdictions have other systems for allowing folks to sign up, and there's a lot of vendors in this space, but Gatlinburg is someone I think of. They have where they can notify folks. They can sign up for when they're visitors. They can have an app on their phone. They can help them get contextualized messages to folks and, help use the geo fencing on their device so that they know where they are and whether whatever is being sent applies to them or not.
What was the new system going to do? How would it have been different?
It would allow the state to have similar capability, and also important for me is in rural Tennessee, a lot of these places can't afford the vendors that are there or the security that needs to go into it. We can't just presume that a vendor will have all the answers for safeguarding information as people are entrusting it. So it would have enabled that to be in more places.
And I want to pivot a little bit. I have another question. It's about the STRONG Act. How many students do you have at any given time that are taking advantage of that?
Oh, since the inception of the STRONG Act, we've we've had over 3,000 of our soldiers and airmen take advantage of that. Any given year, it varies from year to year, but typically around 1,000 to 1,500 that are either taking part-time classes or a full-time load.
Do you know how many of those, and you may not have this, and Brian, I may get with you offline sometime. How many of those are ROTC cadets? Do you have a breakdown of that?
That would be in addition to, most time your ROTC cadets, they're in a simultaneous membership program with us. So we just have to break that number out to see how many of those we are, but we can certainly get that to you.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I didn't realize this. My son has a peanut allergy. Otherwise, he might be doing ROTC or enlisted next year. But when we were learning a little bit about that, they didn't have the STRONG Act years ago when I was a soldier, but we were checking into that. I didn't realize that there were so many cadets that would enlist in the National Guard, never become MOS qualified, get their tuition covered, and then leave and never serve in the Tennessee National Guard. And my concern is that I don't think that was really the spirit of what we wanted to do. It seems like in some places it's become a de facto Army ROTC scholarship, and we're never actually getting any service out of them. They're the entire time.
You're exactly right. That's a concern, and it has been used that way in the past. I think the impetus is upon us that when they sign up with us and go to an ROTC program, and especially, we don't want to replace what ROTC does, but we certainly want to leverage and be a better salesman, tell a better story of what you're going to get by being a member of the Tennessee National Guard. And that message is getting through. Thus, we're at 104% on the Army and 102% on the air side.
Okay,
you pointed out that's a great point. It has been used that way, and that's a concern for us.
Well, and I don't think it's necessarily on the National Guard. As you mentioned, I don't think I think a lot of these ROTC battalions are functioning that way. They're saying, hey, we don't have a scholarship for you, but we can stick you in the Guard. You never have to do basic or AIT. You do your 4 years, and we'll send you off to the regular Army. And although that's patriotic, and I love that, that's not what we intended when we created the STRONG Act. So maybe I'll get with y'all offline about that.
Yeah, and that opportunity is getting a lot more difficult for them to do that. Be a part of us because we're at our authorized strength.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Capley. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to give a quick shout out. Colonel, I appreciate you always being available by text. It's like over here on the left. Austin, thank you as well. Y'all know I represent 71st District in the House from Murray County to the river. And I just want to say, this state has had tornadoes and flooding and ice. And I just want y'all to know, we are damn proud of you. We really are. I mean, buddy, when it hits the fan, y'all are ready to go, and we are proud of the work that you do, and our constituents are as well. So thank y'all so much.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for you, General Ross, you're mentioned the 104 and 102% force strength. Does that mean that how does that affect your recruiting? How does that affect a young person who may be coming out of college that wants to either become an aviator or wants to become enlisted in the Guard? How does your force strength, does it make you more nimble and more selective? How does that affect that and the opportunities for folks coming out of
not all
school?
of those. Not all of those soldiers are available for deployments, and they're in various stages. And when you're looking at a formation that's 13,500 soldiers at any given time, there's a lot of turnover going on all the time. So we still have slots. If someone wants, what I'll tell my recruiters and what we're telling our retention folks, we got to this 100% strength first time since 2008 through a combination of recruiting, but more retention. But I'm telling my recruiters to keep their foot on the pedal. Because we can't just stop once we're at 100%, because again, a large formation of 13,000 soldiers and airmen is going to have retirements, people moving out of state, things. So we have space. Send them our way.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My final question for you is do you think Milton Baisden would be turning over if he saw this interaction on this stage?
Representative Vaughn, I do think he's getting a chuckle right now.
For the other members of this committee, y'all may not know, but I've known General Ross for at least 45 years. We went to high school together. We grew up in the same part of Hardeman County together and have known each other for a long time. And to think that and the person I represented was a longtime principal at the high school. And we both would have surprised him with where we're sitting today. Let's just leave it at that. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here. We are so proud of the work that you have done, and I just want to highlight your preparedness programs that you offer and how you have been certainly focused on West Tennessee and that dadgum earthquake fault. And so I can't tell you how much, these hearings give me so much more confidence, not that I didn't have a lot, but knowledge and the reason for my confidence in our state. And we pray, that's one of those things that never happens, but I feel more confident that we'll be ready and to be able to take it on. But we hope it doesn't come. But thank you for that part that you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, General, I didn't mean to jump in front of you. Yes. Thank you very much. Next speaker will be Chairman Hale. Okay, Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, I just wanted to say, since this is my last go round, it's really been an honor to have you as one of my constituents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Shaw. It's been my honor as well to be one of your constituents and serve the 7 million Tennesseans in the ways that it's been a lot going on in the last 4 years. A lot of it's already been mentioned. And we've got a good team here, and we've been given proper support to be able to be successful at the jobs that we do. We get to see people and our neighbors, it's their worst hour. This entire team here does. And we've been given the tools to be successful.
Well, thank you, sir. And my other colleague from West Tennessee talking about the two of you and Mr. Baisden, he's not only smiling, he's shouting because I remember you guys as boys.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, General. I heard you used to paddle people too, didn't you, back in the day?
Yes, sir. Tennessee provides for that opportunity, and my community actually was supportive of it. And not only did I do that, but maybe I received a couple of those as well.
Yeah, you're a big
from
old
Mr.
boy.
Basin.
Yeah. No, I wanted to ask, first I want to compliment y'all. You know, everyone's been so proud of y'all, and Miss Colonel Jim Reed, a personal friend of mine, and Saluk is doing a great job, always attentive to our concerns. You've been a concern too, you know, always been out there and toured your facility. I can't never get your name right. We were talking about it earlier. How you say his name? Yeah, Sheehan. I can't never say
Sheehan.
that name right. But I really
Rhymes with
appreciate
Tennessean.
all that y'all do. Yes. I want to go back to Smyrna. You know, that the old Seward Air Force Base means a lot to Tennessee. That's what really brought Nissan Datsun to Smyrna. You know, my dad was stationed there. My sister was stationed there. My little brother came through the Civil Air Patrol. I can't talk about what he does, but I can talk about what my sister does. She's Soldier of the Year in '84. Now she's still an air traffic controller, and she's being that old tower. But going back on the move from BNA to Smyrna, what else do we need to make this come to completion and that $400 million investment at what $1.7 billion economic impact in Middle Tennessee?
First, we'll have a new economic impact study. We're getting that done right now. It's in the final stages. We'll give that to you. But specifically to your question, 2045, our lease will expire. We've got two assets sitting at Smyrna, both the Army Aviation and the 118th Wing there. I'm going to tell you, when you go home at night and you watch the evening news or national news, those units out there, specifically 118th, have impact, and they're conducting strategic level missions every day. So this move is about a $450 million move, and that's in today's dollars. And we've got till 2045, but we really don't. And I want us to be cautious and make sure that we understand we need to solve this problem as quickly as we can, because there are other states out there that would step forward if we just blink. Tennessee has 3 air wings. You go across the other 54 states and territories, every state has an Air National Guard. There's very few that have the steel on the ramp that we have or conduct the missions that we do. We're over-resourced, some would say. In other words, we've got more than other states. And so I want to be very cautious. It's going to take a lot of federal money, and we're in line for that. The entire budget, the capital improvement budget for the National Guard Bureau is less than $400 million in any given year. So the opportunity to get all that at one time is very low. I want to make sure that, and I don't expect this problem to be solved in the next year or two, but certainly we can't wait till 2040 to start working it. That's why we're working it now. And Governor Lee and this legislature has been awfully supportive. We'll have some more requests, but this one for this aviation facility there is huge. And not only does it give us leverage as we make our applications in DC for MILCON funding, we can use that to say, look at what our state is doing for us there. So it's a $450 million problem that's only going to grow the longer we wait, but this is an absolute great start there.
Yes, yes. Well, shout out to Marsha Blackburn and Senator Haggerty for all their efforts. And shout out to Marsha as well for paying respects to my late friend, Freddie Hahn, who I trained at Nissan. And sadly, he got blown out of a Humvee, and I came up here. And I appreciate you always being attentive and having a heart for your guardsmen and Tennesseans. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on the list, so Major General, thank you and your team for being here. Thank you for your questions. And you have a question? Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Thank you for your report, and thank you all for what you did during the ice storm. I do want to go back to, I think, maybe comments that were made in special session around coordination with TEMA and faith-based institutions to try to help with some facilitating of relief in certain areas, and didn't know where we were with that, if you were still rolling that out and how that works.
We have a coordinator that is reaching out now, so I'll have her reach out to you directly, sir. But part of this is houses of worship for the last 7 years or so now are eligible for FEMA public assistance funding under certain conditions, and I have seen that they struggle sometimes with knowing how to do their paperwork, and the federal standards for bookkeeping are different than many houses of worship who rely on their parishioners or volunteers. So we're trying to help them be better prepared for that. And we're also trying to make sure that we can help them engage in ways that we see or we hear from communities as we need volunteers, and they're looking for ways to be the hands of God in communities.
Representative Love.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that because I think one of the things that a few of my colleagues struggled with in the ice storm was not knowing what they could do, trying to be helpful, may want to be a warming station, but not sure how to really have the conversation or even be prepared for that, or just being a spot where people could come and charge their phones. A few days into it, I did see a few colleagues did end up doing that. We shared information with people, but if there could be some type of training or conversation on the front end, and I'm saying this as one who ended up in 2010 running a relief site out of my church for the flood, 2020 running one other relief site for the tornado.
I remember.
Couldn't do it at this one because the conditions around the church. But I think if we have conversation with other faith leaders and prepare them for what might be asked of them, or if they want to just go ahead and initiate it, but don't do it in a way that hampers the recovery, so at least they know what not to do. That'd be good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reach out today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no one else on the list, so thank you all very much again for being here. Major General, thank you for being here, and you and your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we will move right on to the Administrative Office of the Courts. Good afternoon, Director Long. Thank you and your team for being here. And just a reminder that we will control the microphone, so once you see those red lights come on, you're ready to speak. If you would, just begin by introducing yourself and your team that you have with you there. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michelle Long. I'm the director at the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts, and this morning I am joined at the table by Dalton Hensley, who is the AOC Fiscal Director, as well as Brandon Bowers, who is our Chief Technology Officer at the AOC. We are here to present the court system budget request for FY27 on behalf of the Tennessee Supreme Court and the judiciary, and I want to take a moment to say thank you to the committee for supporting the Tennessee judiciary. Before I jump into our budget, I want to recognize a couple of significant retirements occurring on our appellate courts. First is Judge Kenny Armstrong, who is retiring this month after having served with distinction on the Tennessee Court of Appeals in the Western Section for over 12 years. And then Justice Holly Kirby, who will be retiring in the spring. Justice Kirby has served as the appellate courts for over 30 years, first as the first woman to serve on the Court of Appeals, and then appointed to the Tennessee Supreme Court, where she served as Chief Justice from 2023 to 2025. During that time, she led the court and the judiciary through some critical issues, including, or not the least of which, are technology, which we're here to talk about today, as well as indigent representation in the state. Her knowledge and dedication and leadership will definitely be missed. But the process of selecting new members for these courts has begun, and Governor Lee has put forth excellent candidates, excellent nominees in Chancellor Steve Maroney and Judge Kyle Hickson. We look forward to their confirmation by the General Assembly and to welcoming Chancellor Maroney as he ascends to the Court of Appeals and Judge Kyle Hickson as he ascends to the highest court in the state. So with that, I will jump into our budget request this year. It is fairly simple this year. We have, of course, the request for the COLA, which is statutory for the judges' salaries. It's an adjustment of 2.7% for a total of $1,543,900. And then the second request, which I really would invite conversation this morning about the work that we are doing to implement a statewide court technology solution. It has two parts in our request. One is a non-recurring request of $39,625,000 to finish the implementation of that project, and a recurring request of $2,109,000 for 18 new IT positions to support the implementation as well as to support the system going forward. As you will recall, in 2024, the General Assembly directed the courts to build a single centralized system for managing court cases, filings, payments, electronic payments, and most importantly for you all, statewide judicial data. That directive recognized a simple fact that good public policy and decision-making requires reliable data. You've heard from the DA's conference and the PD's conference today that data is a challenge. Currently, court data is scattered across dozens of disparate systems with almost as many vendors engaged in the data that is housed across this state. Those systems are not connected, they are not compatible, and most of them are built on outdated technology. That makes providing the data that you all request extremely difficult. It is hard for us to give you a complete picture with reliable data. But this project, completion of this project will solve that issue. For the first time, Tennessee is building a single, modern, statewide court system that connects every trial court and general sessions court in every county throughout this state. For attorneys, that means having a system, a single system that allows Tennessee to provide single sign-on to attorneys to e-file in any court in the state. The e-filing platform will provide two-way communication between a filer and the court clerk. It allows for electronic payments and electronic notices to all parties. For court clerks and judges, the case management system will increase efficiency by managing all filings, dispositions, and scheduling in a single electronic system. And for public policymakers and the citizens of Tennessee, the data repository and public reporting portal will make publicly available case-level data available for reporting and analysis. It will provide case status and updates near real time and party lookup information. So we are not the first state to undergo a major transformation of this nature. Our federal courts already do it. There is a federal system called PACER that every attorney is familiar with, where you can file a case anywhere in the United States. Other states that have tackled this initiative include Kentucky, North Carolina, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Kansas, Maine, Idaho, Indiana, Minnesota, North and South Dakota, Washington, and Texas, to name a few. So we're trailblazing for Tennessee, but this is already happening in many states throughout the U.S. It's important to note that large technology projects like this only succeed with proper planning, preparation, and stakeholder engagement. We're currently in a pre-implementation phase that, after engaging with STS and national experts on the subject to guide us through this process. Our request is for the remaining $39 million that will allow us to complete the implementation of the entirety of the solution I've described today. And that number is based on what we have seen from qualified vendors that can help us. We are looking to do an off-the-shelf solution that's with the advice of STS and the national experts, because they do exist. And so what we have seen from those vendors is roughly at the low end about a $69 million proposal, as high as $199 million. So we are shooting for somewhere in the middle of that to complete our project for Tennessee. We're excited to make this transformation to a centralized system to improve the administration of justice and provide the most comprehensive data to share how justice is being delivered in the state of Tennessee. So I also mentioned that the second part of this request is new positions. So it's important to note that this is the largest project ever undertaken by the judicial branch of this nature. We cannot rely on vendors who will, as we know, charge us for change orders and ongoing cost over which we have no control. We have to build our own capacity to manage the system from its launch through its maintenance into the future. It's important to bring new resources on board now as we begin the implementation process, so that they can work alongside the vendors and among all of our courts to ensure the project is delivered properly and that they are learning about the solution as we go through this. From the very first court that will go live, the AOC will then be responsible for supporting that court going forward and as we bring more courts on board. So as stated earlier, we are currently in a pre-implementation readiness phase, which is a step that some states have told us they wish they had done. And that is, we are standardizing our processes and making sure we know exactly the flow of a case in Tennessee so that when the vendor comes on board, we are able to marry what their off-the-shelf product offers with what the Tennessee specific standardized processes are and make the configuration and customization changes at the onset before, so we don't just learn about them as we're implementing. So that's where we are currently. Again, we are very excited about this work and the opportunity to make a historic change for the judicial system. Again, we are most grateful for the support of the governor for the inclusion of our request in the governor's proposed budget, and we certainly ask for the approval of this committee today. We are here and welcome any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Director Long, and we have several folks that are on the list, and I'll start the questioning. You've talked a lot about technology and a lot of the systems, and so that's where I want to start. And the first one is with the General Sessions Data Repository, the GSDR. So go a little deeper into the current status of that system. It seems like it's been a slow implementation, I guess, to say the very least. In 2024, it was estimated that phase 2 would be completed in December of 2024, and phase 3 will be completed in January of 2025. But it seems like those keep getting pushed back. So where's the current status right now?
So currently, we have 84 counties reporting their data into the General Sessions Data Repository. What we now know is with the disparate systems and individual vendors that we have to deal with in order to bring the data into the system, we have no control over those vendors. The difference between the General Sessions Data Repository is the statute allows or directs those vendors, all of those courts, to provide data to the AOC in a format we determine. The format that was determined for that was our existing case management system, which we call TENSYS. It forced all of those vendors, or would force those vendors, to conform their data, map their data to the TENSYS formats. That's not been easy. It has not been a priority for those vendors. We don't have any control over those vendors. And so the difference between that project and what the legislature passed for the statewide technology solution is it's a single system that we would control, and the vendor would report to us in the new solution. So we remove the resistance from those disparate vendors over whom we have no control. So it's a lesson learned. I think. I'll turn to Brandon Bowers, who's our Chief Technology Officer, if he wants to add anything, but I believe it's a lesson learned, and it's something that we are solving for with the statewide technology solution.
You're recognized.
Thank you again, Brandon Bowers. In addition, I would add what the director said is the complexity of data. It is extremely difficult, as stated, to map. It's like 14 or so different case management systems data to map that into that solution. So with the new solution, or the solution we're moving to, the data will be sent to us from the vendor in that. We're creating a data taxonomy that solves that problem. So as stated, the new solution will solve for the shortcomings of what we have today and the challenges that we face today.
So currently what phase are we in? Did we finish 2 and we're now into 3?
We're still working with the 9 census courts. We have 4 counties, I believe, that are in the final stages of data validation. But the data validation piece is a challenging piece because you find one thing that solves, and then you have another issue to then solve with something different. So we have made significant progress, though. In the last year, we've changed some of the logistics of how we deal with the counties and bring in the data and what we do to massage that data into those formats. So we have made significant progress, but we're still working with those 9 census courts.
And then moving, you also mentioned the statewide case management system. And now my understanding is the RFP was issued, but before it was, I guess, officially awarded, I guess it was contested. And so what do we do now? Do we start over at this point? Is that where we're at? And what is the timing of that start over, if that's what we have to do?
So in the process, we worked with General Services CPO Division to manage our RFP. And we did reach the point of a notice of award. And so there was a vendor awarded the RFP. Then the CPO has a period of protest for that award. And we did receive a protest. I think it was right before Christmas. It was a Christmas present to me. And what we have learned is that is an unpredictable process. And so we are operating like time is of the essence, as it is. And so instead of going through that process, the protest alleged errors in the procedure and things that we didn't have control over. And so rather than arguing, because how do you fix a procedural error? You redo it. So rather than going through the protest period and possibly learning that those procedural errors did create a problem, we're just going to redo it and save that time.
So I know the first time that I remember hearing about the General Sessions Data Repository, I think was about 9 years ago. And here we are, we haven't finished that yet. I hope 9 years from now, we're not still talking about finally getting the case management system off the ground either. So I hope we can, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The good news is because of that RFP that we released in July and had a notice of award issued in December, we learned a lot about the marketplace. And we also learned what potential vendors could do in terms of implementing this system. I think the GSDR was in-house built. We are relying on an off-the-shelf vendor this time. And what they have projected is anywhere from the first implementation, anywhere from 3 to 5 years to fully implement.
Okay, so again, just real quick, so when with a new RFP, when should folks, potential bidders, expect that to come out?
We are working on that packet right now, and they should watch our website.
Okay, fair enough. All right, next on the list, Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've got a few questions, so if I can go
Yes,
back
sir,
and forth
please
with
do.
your indulgence. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much. So let me, first of all, I just want to thank you for what you're doing, Director Long. I know this has got to be just a heck of a process and pull everything together, but it's very, very important, obviously, that all of our courts talk to each other using one common language. And then, once you do that, of course, you're already behind because, technology moves that fast. But if you would, I'm going to ask about some of the dollars. The 23-24 budget included about $75 million. And as of last June, the carry forward on that was 73.9, I think. Looking at the questionnaire, it looks like we just talked about RFPs. We're not yet finalized the RFP, but we've already asked for another 40 or so. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So what we learned through the RFP is in order to build the solution that I've talked about today, which includes e-filing, case management, the data repository, and a public portal for lookup, that's going to require an additional 39 million. And it's based on the numbers that we got from the proposals.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And so I thought I heard earlier that it was somewhere between 39 and 105, which is maybe I misheard. So we'll move on. It looks like you've asked for another 18 positions, and I think you've already started to address that, but it looked like in the questionnaire that you've got 28 vacant positions, 8 of which have been around for a while, over 12 months. Can you talk about why we need 18 new positions rather than reclassifying some of those vacant positions?
Absolutely. So you'll have to remember that those 28 positions are across the court system. So those are not AOC positions. I think 3 of them may be AOC positions. So I don't have the authority to take positions from our judges
Fair enough.
and
fair
other
enough.
places in the court system.
Okay, well, I appreciate that answer. And then also in the questionnaire, and this is my last question, on page 9, it says that you've been using some of your salary equity every year since 23 for IT systems. Can you tell me what specific IT systems and operations have utilized that salary equity funding?
Okay, I may need to turn to Dalton Hensley, our fiscal director, to respond to that.
Thanks so much.
Yes, Dalton Hensley, Fiscal Director. We can certainly provide you with that information. It's a myriad of systems and projects, mainly hardware.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for your presentation. From time to time, I go down to our courts here in Nashville just to observe the process and see the judges and also see the persons in the courtroom, see how they are processing through the situation. At one particular time, I was down there, I was listening to a person, I think, who was trying to get a public defender, but also get some other indigent services. And I noticed on your major programs, you have Indigent Defendants Council as a major program, and didn't know how that's developing. Is there a larger ask for that, or how is that coming along?
So we were most grateful for the support of the legislature last year to appropriate, I think it was $17 million, 13 of which was recurring and 4 million one-time monies to develop a new model for indigent representation. And we had heard for some time that attorneys had lots of complaints about the system that we have had for some time for indigent representation, and even our judges were concerned about the quality of the representation that they were seeing. And so we did put forth a new model last year, and the legislature supported us with that. We have launched that office of appointed counsel is what we're calling it. It is a new commission under the Tennessee Supreme Court. We're still running our traditional model of indigent representation while we establish and build out that new model, which will allow us to experiment with some different ways of contracting with attorneys. Of the 14 positions that we were authorized to establish, we have filled. The director, who is here with me today, Joe Bird, is the new director for that office. We have also filled an additional 4 positions. The focus right now is in the 8th Judicial District, which is Claiborne, Campbell, Fentress, Scott, and Union counties. The judges there have been supportive and are working with the office to make the appointments through this new appointed counsel office. I want to say we've got 17 attorneys taking kind of retainer caseload contracts and 11 taking hourly contracts to provide the representation in that area. And the thought is that we will test and learn from the 8th Judicial District and then roll that out more completely across the state. And I will say in the 20th, we have had interest from the 20th Judicial District, which Representative Love is right here in Davidson County. They're interested in bringing this model to their juvenile courts. We've also had interest from the 30th Judicial District. The 7th Judicial District is in the pipeline to go next, which is Anderson County. And the 1st Judicial District, which is Carter, Johnson, Unicoi, and Sullivan counties. And I don't see the leader in here now, but Sumner County has also voiced interest.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that, because when I went down there, it was heartbreaking to see so many persons out there who were not represented. And I think the public defenders had already assigned their people to certain folks, but there were just folks in there just trying to get somebody to step in and help them. And so I'm grateful for that. Glad he's directing, glad you got folks involved and interested. I'm glad it's working out. And thank you for just the office of what you do. A few years back, I had a couple of bills and got some help in getting the problem solved without it having to be legislation. So thank you for all that you all do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And members, I have no one else on the list. I have one more person on the list. Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Director Long, appreciate what you do. Shout out to my assistant Marvin, former assistant Marvin, now works for you. He was featured nicely in the.
Thank you for Marvin.
Yeah, he's been a good one. Appreciate Nashville School of Law, give him that nice feature. I often talk about the disconnected government, disconnected service, and the taxpayers and residents that are in need. Going back on the unified court system, is there any states that are doing just a great job of connecting the dots and trying to help folks? I mean, which states can you point to?
So if you're speaking of the technology
Yes, ma'am.
for connecting, I think there are some great examples. Most of them are utilizing a vendor for that. I do know of one state, I want to say it's Arkansas. Their director is actually an IT professional, and he's got over 100 IT members on his team. And so they've built a homegrown system that does the same thing. But the models are there to connect and integrate with justice partners. So we have an ecosystem of courts and DAs and PDs and law enforcement in one ecosystem so that we are communicating with each other and able to provide the information and data that you all need across the system.
Yes,
So yes,
ma'am.
there are plenty of examples.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Sparks.
I hosted a few years ago at my church. We did I guess it was an expungement clinic. And I appreciate y'all's office being there. Chelsea Curtis was there and Marvin was there to help us. Not sure how many people were able to really help. I kind of see this as a freedom issue. I've seen a lot of young men and women when they were 18, 19 get in trouble, still have something on the record at 35, 40, 45, may stop them from getting a job. It's also a workforce development issue. But appreciate what you do and want to encourage this body and the chairman and others to stay on this, and especially as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of this nation this year. So thank you, Director Long and Michelle, for what y'all do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, I have no one else on the list. Thank you very much, Director Long. Thank you for being here, you and your staff. All right, that brings us to the Historical Commission. We will ask them to make their way to the front. And Director Montgomery, thank you for being here. We will control the microphones up here, so once you see the red light come on, you're ready to speak. And so if you would begin with just introducing yourself and who you have with you today. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you. I'm Miranda Montgomery. I'm the State Historic Preservation Officer and the Interim Executive Director of the Tennessee Historical Commission. Immediately to my right is Bobby Cooley, who is the manager of our State Historic Sites Program, which is one of the programs you all may be most familiar with. And then further to my right is Holly Barnett, who is the Director of our federal programs, and she is also a Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. The Tennessee Historical Commission was established in 1919, and for the last almost 60 years, we have served as a State Historic Preservation Office under the National Historic Preservation Act. As a State Historic Preservation Office, we provide guidance, grants, technical assistance to communities and individuals across the state to protect and enhance our heritage. We also do our part to drive tourism and economic development. Since it began in 1976, our federal historic tax credit program has yielded the rehabilitation of more than 1,000 buildings, generating over $1.5 billion of investment in Tennessee's historic buildings. A number of these projects have also utilized the Historic Development Grant Program, which we administer in partnership with the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development. As a State Historic Preservation Office, we also receive a portion of the Historic Preservation Fund from the federal budget. Our office offers these funds as grants with a 60 to 40% match. To date, we have provided over $30 million in grants from this fund since it began. For fiscal year 24-25, we provided grant funding for 21 projects totaling approximately $800,000. And for fiscal year 25-26, we provided grant funding for 26 projects totaling approximately $1.1 million. We also have a number of state programs that work hard to preserve our Tennessee history. The Historical Markers Program has been in existence since the 1940s, and we have 2,000 markers across the state. This year, we've streamlined our application process for new markers with a more accessible form, and we're working on creating a database that will go on our website. Our Historic Cemetery Preservation Program had its 5-year anniversary this past year. As of this week, we have 95 historic cemeteries, which are now listed on the Honorary Tennessee Historic Cemetery Register, which began in 2023. The Historic Property Land Acquisition Fund Grant Program was established in fiscal year 24-25. In that fiscal year, we awarded 23 two-year matching grants totaling $2 million. Just as one example, the Sergeant Alvin C. York State Historic Park just completed their $100,000 grant to restore the honeymoon house at the site. Our Awards Commission preserves Tennessee's military heritage through grants, education, and its easement program. The Awards Commission administers the Awards Commission Grant Fund and the Civil War Sites Preservation Fund. For fiscal year 24-25, the Civil War Sites Preservation Fund awarded 6 grants totaling over $1.9 million, saving more than 81 acres of battlefield lands, including parcels in Franklin and at Shiloh. To date, this fund has provided over $18 million to save 1,100 acres of our battlefields. Grants for the fiscal year 25-26 will be approved by our Board of Commissioners next week at our meeting. Last, but certainly not least, I want to mention our state-owned sites. With the recent move of the Battle of Nashville Monument to our Wars Commission, the Wars Commission program now has 5 state-owned sites, each representing Tennessee's military history, including Camp Blunt in Fayetteville, a War of 1812 site where Tennessee earned its nickname, the Volunteer State. Our State Historic Sites program has 17 historic sites across Tennessee with over $31 million in capital projects underway. For our state-owned sites, we offer partial operating grants to the nonprofit organizations that manage the sites day to day. The maintenance for the historic sites is funded with a major maintenance fund that receives approximately $425,000 each year. You all usually ask us which site is the most visited out of all of them. And I'm sure Representative Reeves will be happy to hear that it is the Carter House. So our agency is relatively small, but as you've heard, our mission and our responsibilities are great. So with that, I will pause and take any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Director Montgomery. All right. We do have a couple folks on the list. Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Hi, Director. Thank you for being here today. Looking at some fund balances that you're carrying, we noticed that with the lack of growth in the 23 and 24 year, we're seeing a little bit of growth in the historic property fund. What can we attribute that to? And you know, we understand that you get funded by property, real estate property
That's what I was
transfer
going to
tax?
say. It ebbs and flows depending on the transfer tax generally. And for this coming year, we have those funds that are currently encumbered and plan to be spent.
Chairman Vaughn.
That was going to be my next question, is how much of those funds are obligated? And could you share with us a little bit about what they're obligated for?
I'm going to defer to, I know my colleague here, Bobby Cooley. You have some of the HPLAF grants, right?
Yeah. As part of that fund, we plan on utilizing about 1.2 million towards the historic site properties across the state. As you heard, there's only 425,000 yearly allocated to those 17 properties. So to be able to utilize a chunk of that from the HPLAF allows us to tackle some long-term deferred maintenance needs without having to go through stream and capital projects.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you. What qualifies a cemetery, a building or whatever to get on the registry? What qualifies them? And then how would they proceed from there?
Sure. So if we're talking about a cemetery or a building, generally 50 years is a benchmark. And then you would contact our cemetery program director, Mr. Graham Perry, on our website if you're interested in that. We investigate that and turn those around pretty quickly if you have constituents who are interested.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I would just be in touch with your office and talk to you more about that.
Okay.
And thank you.
I'll be sure to reach out to you this
Thank you.
afternoon.
All right, thank you. I have Representative Chisholm, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about the Claiborne Temple in Memphis that recently got burned down. What are the plans at this point as far as restoring that building?
All right, that building was a recipient of one of our federal grants, so I'm going to ask Holly to speak on that.
Sure. They are in a long-term planning process to find a way to creatively restore what's possible with the nationally significant building. So the grant that we have that's active with them right now was for a planning project, and they're still going forward with that. So the organization that's working with the building is still very active and very involved in getting that building back going.
Representative Chisholm.
So, but at this juncture, we haven't figured out a cost amount that it
No.
would take. Okay.
They're still working on it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the work that you do. You guys do an enormous amount, along with other organizations in Franklin and in Williamson County. And I know that it is historic tourism, for instance, is a really, really big impact, not just in Williamson County and Franklin, but all over the state. And that drives a lot of tax dollars to be used in this process. And so thank you for what you do. Thank you for your involvement in the Carter House and in other projects in Williamson County. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to hear from my colleague from Williamson County, which compared to Sumner County is a newer addition to the state. So thank you. We have 5 historic sites there in Sumner County. Appreciate y'all's guidance and our investment as a state in those. And I know we met recently to talk about those. And so thanks for the work you do. Really solid budget request. And mainly, Mr. Chairman, I want to be recognized to recognize a very dear friend of mine who is very involved in this process, and he's here today, Mr. Reggie Mudd. Reggie, wave at everybody. Y'all make him feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Leader. I have no one else on the list. Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you all for your
Thank you for your
support.
time. All right, that brings us to the Tennessee Housing Development Agency and Executive Director Ralph Perry.
That he does.
Don't encourage it.
Okay.
Can't tell Tim to never move his phone. No. Stay here this long, 15 more minutes. We'd like to welcome David. We'd like to welcome David. Budget Director.
All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a recess.
30 minutes ahead.
So we'll 5-minute recess. Okay. So that means 5 minutes, everybody come back. Without objection, we're going to go into recess for 5 minutes. And then everybody's going to come back. All right, we're back from recess, and we do have Director Ralph Perry here from the Tennessee Housing Development Agency. And thank you, Director Perry. We are running just a little bit ahead, so we want to thank you for being accommodating and running on over, no pun intended. So
I walk briskly.
I understand. Without further ado, we'll control your microphone up here. When you see that red light come on, you'll be ready to proceed. So thank you again for being here.
Mhm. Okay, I'm ready to go. Good afternoon. I'm Ralph Perry, Executive Director of the Tennessee Housing Development Agency. My CFO and Assistant CFO may well join us at any moment, but I appreciate the time today. And I know sometimes people run the clock before you like it's the last 2 minutes of an NFL game. I really will stay within the 5 minutes that you have allowed me. We're not often before your committee, so if you'll permit me, just a word of reminder. THDA is your state housing finance agency. Our founding purpose and principal business is financing mortgages for largely first-time home buyers in that moderate middle income range. And it's the earnings from our mortgage business that pay for our operations. We receive no recurring state appropriation. In addition to that, we now administer over a dozen federal programs, and taken together, all that represents a larger range of program responsibility than any of the nation's other state HFAs. We take that as a vote of confidence from you, and we're grateful for it. And I'm happy to tell you that we have recently earned our 23rd consecutive clean financial audit from the comptroller. Considering the amount of money that goes through our agency, the increasing complexity of our programs and business, it's a real credit to the work that our team does, led by Ms. Bosch and Mr. Pillay. Now, you have our full budget package in front of you. We're happy to take any questions that you have for us. But I would point out that I'd really like to focus on something that's not in our budget, but that could be next year if you all are agreeable. Governor Lee, in his budget proposal, has requested $30 million one time for THDA to support the development of starter homes. It's called simply the Starter Home Revolving Loan Fund, and we propose to use this to encourage the development of the size home that a lot of us probably grew up in, but that doesn't get much built these days. What we propose is this. We will offer an interest-free construction loan to your hometown builders if they build a starter home defined by size, 1,200, 1,500 square feet, and then sell it only to an owner-occupant, not an investor. The size of that house is what's going to be the price limiter. There's nothing artificial or market distorting in what we're proposing. That small house, if you build it near Knoxville, will likely sell for more than that small house built in Cock County. But in both places, the price is more likely to be within reach of that young person or family looking to buy their first home. Again, this is a one-time appropriation. If we do our work right, we can revolve those funds almost forever. We make a construction loan, a starter home gets built, it gets sold to someone who's going to live there, not an investor. We get repaid, we turn around and make the funds available for the next build. And in so doing, I think we provide a modest incentive to develop the kinds of housing that in many of our communities is most in need and most in demand. So my request to you, as you start the hard work of deciding what gets in the budget and what doesn't, is that you keep in the budget this $30 million one-time appropriation for THDA's Starter Home Revolving Loan Fund. I thank you for your time, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
All right. Thank you, Director Perry. And we do have a couple folks on the list here to ask some questions. We're going to begin with Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Director Perry. It's always good to see you again. You and I met many, many years ago at a Habitat function, and really appreciate THDA's support of Habitat and the work that they're doing through their 20 some odd affiliates across the state. I finally got kicked off the state board. It took me a long time to get kicked off, but I really appreciate it. This Starter Home Revolving Fund is a little bit, I guess you could say, interesting to me. As you know, I'm in the construction business as well. And so, one person's idea of a starter home in Franklin is a little bit different than one in Cookeville. And so I love to hear you talk a little bit about that some more. But I did have a question. Do these have to be single family detached residents, or can they be townhomes or multifamily homes? Can you tell me a little bit about what
Sure.
these-
We want to provide maximum flexibility. It can be a smaller house, freestanding, can be a duplex, can be a townhome, maybe a triplex. The difference is the size of the unit is smaller, under 1,500 square feet. It's going to be available for purchase, and it must be sold to someone who's going to live there as the owner occupant.
Yeah. So
That's our main thrust.
yeah. So let's say I'm Chairman Hicks Builders in Upper East Tennessee, and I'm building a home there. The savings generated by this is the impact that the interest had on the construction loan and not the actual cost.
That's correct.
So if a builder's building with cash currently, there's really no discount really or no change to the overall price of the home if they're building cash. It's only the interest savings which makes up a part of the overall cost.
Well, I think that's correct.
Okay.
You know, we're aiming for the smaller hometown builder who may have a harder time getting construction finance or is paying a higher rate of interest for it. But our intent, this is really a supply-driven incentive. We believe we need to increase the inventory, and we're going to let the market determine what the sales price is, and it will be very different based on the community.
Yeah, I think it's also a challenge to do because one builder, because I'm in the construction business, I can go to this mechanical company. I know I'm paying more, but I know I'm getting a quality mechanical system for my project, or I can go to this one who might not be there for the warranty, and it's a little bit different price. But those impact the total cost of a project to our owners. And so I guess my concern is if there's not even some kind of cost of living generated cap per zip code or region or something, then you could in effect have an interest-free loan on a $450,000 home in Franklin that would have been $225,000 in Gray Station.
Well, we think that the small size of the house will help limit the price that you could sell it from. You're correct, there are a lot of things that influence the cost of the house. If the cost of land is prohibitive, if local requirements add additional cost, this isn't going to work in every community everywhere. But we think in certain areas, it provides an incentive to build a smaller home, which necessarily will be available at a lesser price. We're likely not going to want to encourage or support adding a lot of expensive add-ons in there. A modest starter home, 1,500 square feet, in most areas of this state, we think that'll be marketable for $300,000 or less.
Okay. So one of my other concerns about it would be, I've done some residential development myself over the years, and I'll have a 42 lot subdivision and I'll sell 37 lots in 10 minutes in my mind. And then I'm stuck with 4 or 5 lots that nobody wants. And the value of that lot is much less. But if I can go get an interest-free loan and do that, it just seems to me like I'm trying to figure out how we can have assurances about quality that we're making this investment in if we don't have any parameters to do that. Would you be open to some kind of parameters? Or do you feel like it necessitates there to be the freedom to decide on a one basis?
Well, I imagine as we put the program together, there will be some parameters. cost per square foot, for example.
Mhm.
Oklahoma has a similar program. We will borrow from that. They've had good success with it.
Mhm.
It won't be completely carte blanche, but I also don't want to over prescribe
Mhm.
what a builder might think is appropriate for his or her community. We think there's going to be great demand for houses of this size and price point. And we will work through local lenders with experience in administering construction loans.
Okay.
So that's a further check on who's doing the work and their reputation.
So you won't be the lending agent.
We don't, no, we envision doing this much like we run our mortgage program. We will work through community lenders. We will put out an RFI to find out who is interested in working with us. So we have a good distribution of participating lenders across the state. But we want to work with people who do construction loans, who understand them, who have some knowledge and connection to builders in their community. And they'll be administering that program for the dollars for us. And we'll pay them for that service just as we pay our mortgage lenders.
Is there envisioned in the other one, is there any, and pardon the expression, scheme like a CDFI fund where the financial institution's able to take a discount on their F&E tax if they do one of these loans that allows them to show an interest rate that's less than what the market rate is?
I don't think that would apply because the community investment tax credit only applies if you're lending your own money. They're going to be doing the lending with our money. So I don't believe they would qualify, but I'm not a tax attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. And just real quick, Director Perry, are there any other revolving loans that your department administer?
No.
Okay. And then, so what will be the time that the funds come back to, they revolve, so to speak, back into the fund? What is the estimated time? How long will that take?
We propose an initial construction loan of 9 months for that house. We would extend that if there are some circumstances that warrant that. But generally, we would think that in under a year and a half, the funds would revolve and be available for the next development.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next, let's see, the next person in line will be Representative Love. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this wonderful idea. I'm interested in seeing it develop. I do have a question, though, about the requirements for the owner-occupied house. Do you envision there being a time frame on which the owner must live in, or are you leaving that to the developer?
You know, once you buy a house, it's your property. So no, we wouldn't anticipate putting any condition on that. This is intended to get housing built. How it gets paid for, who buys it, as long as it's an owner occupant, is okay with us.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
So that does bring some concern for me because I hate to see a situation where someone takes advantage of this and buys the house as the owner occupant and then sells it a year or two from there.
Well, it depends how much price appreciation you would expect to see in a year. There's nothing, this isn't a deal where we have built in a lot of subsidy. You know, a lot of times if I give you a $50,000 grant in the house, you've got $50,000 of equity as soon as you move in, and you can flip that house tomorrow and walk right away with our subsidy. This is going to sell at the market price. So if a guy wants to sell it 2 weeks later, probably that market price hasn't changed very much during that period of time.
I live in North Nashville, and I've seen some houses escalate in value and in price within 6 months.
Yeah.
And so that's just my concern. I do love the idea, but I'm just concerned about.
Well, I understand your concern, but you know what, there are a lot of factors in the home building and home buying process that we can't control. The biggest drag on our ability to do mortgages for first-time buyers is simply lack of inventory. No one, you know, what people are building and calling starter homes are $450,000 homes. You know, our average customer is borrowing about 280. So what we're hoping to do is create an incentive to build smaller
Sure.
and trust that the size is what's going to be the price limiter.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
bet.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Director. And I find this to be an intriguing idea, but unfortunately, I think the devil's going to be in the details on it because it seems as if what we're going to do is be providing cheap money to builders and hope that they build, or with the requirement that they build something that's below what the market is, whenever builders today are incentivized to move, to build what's going to move the fastest anyway, and are trying to get the dollar per square foot down so they can appeal to a broader and larger market. Unfortunately, I'm concerned about us embarking on a expectation that communities are going to welcome 1,500 square foot houses because incumbent homeowners are one of the biggest drivers of costs into developments because they don't want density. They don't want more traffic on their schools. I've even heard them complain about they don't want to share their sewer lines with those people who may be moving in after they do. And so there's several of us here that are constantly harping on the fact that for us to deliver, because it's a noble cause, and I'm in violent agreement with you on the cause, and that's trying to deliver product that people can afford that will help them build wealth for themselves and future generations. The issue is the regulatory environment that stifles today's builders from being able to deliver that product, whether it be utility cost, whether it be density requirements on subdivisions, whether it's municipalities having unrealistic codes. All of these things are piling on unnecessary cost. Whereas used to, the reason that these homes are so, the prototype you look at is 1,200 to 1,500 foot, because that was the kind of house I grew up in. But guess what? That builder didn't have the same requirements that local munis are putting on people today. Or it could be not a municipality, it could be a county, whoever. And so unless there's some type of buy-in from local jurisdictions on this program, we haven't got a chance in the world to build something and put something on the market that can do this. And so, like I say, I'm a supporter of the just cause, but it would take a lot to convince me to see an end product and this be the program that you intend for it to be.
Yeah. Well, you make a number of good points. I certainly agree that if the local government has a lot of zoning, regulatory codes, permitting requirements that add costs, then this won't work at all in a community like that. I would not characterize this as encouraging developers to build things that are below market in cost. By building they're going to build a smaller unit, yes, but it will sell for what the market sets that price for. And it would be more in Shelby County than it might be out in McNairy County. But the market will determine that price. We're hoping to provide an incentive for builders to build smaller than they otherwise would. But you're right, if the community imposes a lot of regulatory requirements, then this isn't going to be very practical there at all. I remind, $30 million sounds like a lot of money. It will not build hundreds and hundreds of homes. I suspect that as we get it started, it will be used in communities that are friendlier from a regulatory standpoint to the development of housing of this type. But I think there are plenty of young people and families that would very much like to be able to buy a home of that size as their first home, because the price set by the market is going to be more affordable than what's being built for them now.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, I think your cause is noble and just, but there's a lot of details that are going to have to be worked out on this thing to demonstrate that it can be executed successfully. But I wish you well, and thanks for being here.
Sir.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr. Chairman.
try to come by, see if we can't argue some of those. Thank you.
All right, next on the list, Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Williams mentioned Franklin a couple times. I felt like I needed to say something. Because we do struggle to get affordable housing in areas like Franklin, like Williamson County. And this is certainly an idea that is worth exploring. My question is about the revolving nature of the fund. I think you kind of said, we can do this in perpetuity, but I have a question about that. We're charging zero interest, so we're not adding anything to the fund. You may have foreclosures that you need to do, and I hope no money is lost on having to do that. And of course, you're paying some of these community banks in order to do it. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, we would say any program that we administer, there's an administrative cost. We felt that working through experienced construction lenders and paying them to do that would be less costly to the agency than us hiring 3 or 4 people and setting up that entire infrastructure ourselves. Foreclosure really wouldn't work into that because we get repaid when the house sells, and not on the mortgage end. If someone uses one of our mortgages to buy the house, that's good, but that's not going to be a requirement. What happens down the road, that risk applies to any mortgage when folks buy a house and maybe run into some financial difficulty down the road. But we feel that if we're picking the right lender partners with experience in construction lending and experience in their community, that they're making responsible loans to good builders, we're confident that there's a lot of demand for homes of this size and in that price point. The house gets built, it gets sold, we get fully repaid for the amount that we've laid out.
Representative Reeves.
If you don't mind. And then, of course, we've got inflation working on us all the time. So is there anything that adds dollars to this fund at all? And
that would be up to you. That would be up to you. We would be pleased. I kept reminding the governor, Oklahoma got $100 million. We're a real state. We'd be pleased to start with more. But I think the $30 million that Governor Lee has proposed allows us enough to put some points on the board this fiscal year. And then obviously we'll be happy to talk with you further next session about how you think it's going and whether it might be worth an additional investment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Chairman Hicks from Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Do you see a way for maybe nonprofits taking advantage of this? Because I know that some of our nonprofits across the state, they address this issue on a daily basis. They're able to provide an affordable home. They are qualified to build an affordable home. They have a way of getting the right people into a affordable home. I mean, they do really good work. So I just wonder, would this be available? Do you feel like, or even a percentage of it for nonprofits?
They would be eligible to apply for construction financing just as any other builder.
Yeah. And I think, I think we live in a very diverse state. I mean, there's not any incentives truly for people to try to build stuff. This last summer I built a duplex. First time I ever built a duplex in my life, and it would have been, and it was in the middle of Gray, right there in a nice area, a nice subdivision, and it would have qualified probably for this. And there's different ways to go about, I think, some of this thinking. The best way to ensure that the state's money is taken care of is set up a way for whoever applies and whoever gets this money to put skin in the game. That's always the best way to if someone's gonna they don't want to lose their own money. Well, that means they're not going to lose ours.
Well,
so that's important.
In a typical construction loan setup, we're lending 90%. Roughly.
Typically, it's 80%.
Yeah, it could be 80. We might go to 90, but there will be some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And again, there's going to be some oversight. We're trusting the lender to make sure the conditions of that 0% loan are fulfilled. And if they are not, we're going to be coming back on the lender, just as we do with our mortgage lenders who give us a bad mortgage. And, if a builder doesn't follow through on the terms, I mean, we'd be looking at some financial penalties, and they will never again get a second shot at it.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Well, you actually would get the home as well and get to sell it.
Well, I mean, what I would assume is if he sells it to an investment fund, then they're gone. They'll never participate in that program again. And they don't get 0% interest at that point. We'd have to build in some protection with a financial penalty if you don't follow the rules. And, we'd have to be looking at the lender who's making that loan and keeping an eye on what's being built and who it's being sold to.
Yeah, but I think that this is not for every area. It's not for every city and county. It's not for every builder. But I think there's some ways that you could make this work, because there are folks that's out there doing this every single day, and that's what's important. No interest construction loans would be very handy for a lot of people, and it would go a long way. So thank you for being here, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next on the list, Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Director. If a church was a 501c3 with a lot of property, could they apply for this program?
Well, I think they could apply, but, the underwriting is going to be, if the bank is going to lend you a construction loan, do you know how to build? Do you have some experience with that? Now, if the church is partnering with an experienced builder, then that figures into that consideration. But these are construction loans for people who know how to build houses and have a track record for doing that.
But if that church met all of the qualifications you just mentioned, they could.
I would assume they could.
Thanks, sir.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Director Perry. I know this is early in the game, so maybe it might behoove us all, maybe just if somebody from your office could send Chairman Hicks, who could distribute with the body, kind of the history or the statute, and the format and formula that I think you said Oklahoma's doing, or someone was doing this to the tune of $100 million. Probably give us a little bit more a little bit better understanding, if you didn't mind sharing that with the chairman of this committee, so he could do that in the coming days.
Yeah, and I'm on your calendar, I think, week after next or something. So, but you'll have it before then.
All right, I look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, Director Perry, I have no one else on the list. So thank you for your presentation and certainly for answering our questions. We really appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you.
Without objection, we're now back in session. And that completes our budget hearings for this week. Just a reminder that budget hearings will, please keep your applause down. Budget hearings will resume on Monday, February the 23rd at 9 a.m. right here in House Hearing Room 1. Again, keep your applause down. That's the 23rd, Monday the 23rd, House Hearing Room 1, 9 a.m. Do we have any further business coming before the committee? Hearing none, without objection, we stand adjourned. We're adjourned. You all.